That's why I got the Draco, for people trying to take off their pants around me. Okay, so I bring Ethan with me because you guys had a good convo last time, but I think it got cut somewhat short. So, yeah, Ethan, God doesn't exist because you and Ethan, you guys had a conversation about God.
Yeah. Well, I think so. So correct me if I'm wrong. That we had this conversation, and it went something like this: that I brought up a regress problem for your epistemology, Ethan, and you responded by saying that you can uh, illustrate problems with that objection by showing that externalist accounts of epistemology have parity forms of reductio, and that's where we got into comparing Christian epistemology with this light of reason view that you said that you uh, affirm.
You're the light of reason, man.
Is it like a good 10,000-foot view of what happened?
I mean, I would dispute some of the details, but at least the last part is right, which is we did have a discussion about comparing the hypothesis that, basically a revelatory epistemology based off of the light of reason versus a revelatory epistemology based off of the Christian God. And we were discussing what the symmetry breakers, the potential symmetry breakers that you might suggest for why there's something degenerate about appealing to the light of reason, but not in appealing to the Christian God.
Yeah. So I don't know if that was helpful, but if it is, I think so. I'm not at work right now, so I can spend more. I don't know where you're at or what you're doing, but I'm up to nothing, so I have more brain power at hand, so I'm not multitasking. But it seems to me that there's, I mean, for any of the attributes of God, it's going to be significant. So I don't mean to make this like the one and only thing that differentiates Christianity, but it seems to me like the light of reason is not omnipotent, and that's going to be a big problem. It's going to be a big symmetry breaker.
Yeah, I mean, I grant that it's not omnipotent. And I think we discussed this on that day. It has limited potencies.
Right. So it seems to me that as long as it has limited potencies and my ability to reason about what the potencies of the light of reason are, I have no way to ensure that my own beliefs about the light of reason are not gotten to me um, due to some kind of causal mechanisms that are overpowering or otherwise undermining the light of reason. But it could just be that we live in such a uh, crapsack world that although the light of reason would otherwise cause us to know things, there's just some Cthulian entities running around in the universe making sure that nobody knows anything.
Well, I mean, uh, there are skeptical scenarios that are logically possible. That's true. I just don't think that undermines an appeal to knowledge. And I also think it's inevitable for any worldview, including one that posits an omnipotent entity as the source of revelation.
Okay, so maybe we can deal with those one at a time. So, because I think I disagree with you on both accounts, right? So I don't think that uh, it's non-problematic on the one hand if we have this. The whole point of something like a revelational epistemology for a Christian is that it's an account of knowledge that sufficiently explains why you can't be mistaken about certain things, or that you can't
Well,
fail to know.
it follows in exactly the same way that you couldn't be mistaken on the light of reason hypothesis. Now, it could be in the same way that the Christian God hypothesis is false, and that we have the mere appearance of revelation from the Christian God because of some, Cartesian demon playing a trick on us. Now, you would say it's been revealed to you that that's false. And I can say exactly the same in the case of the light of reason, which is that the light of reason reveals that you're not subject to a skeptical scenario.
Right, but one way to restate the difference is that that claim is consistent on Christianity with the metaphysics of Christianity. So God is omnipotent, so it's not logically possible for his intentions to fail to come to pass. God intends to reveal to you and me that he exists, so it's not logically possible for skeptical scenarios to arise. But on the light of reason point of view, the light of
Well, no,
reason.
no. On the supposition of the light of reason, it's logically impossible for there to be a skeptical scenario. Now, it's logically possible, at least on my view of how to individuate the logically possible worlds, that the light of reason does not exist, at least in the manner that I describe it to exist. But I would take the same to be true of the Christian God, which is that it's logically possible that the Christian God does not exist.
That's not the view that I'm putting forward, right? So the difference between my view and the light of reason is that, so it seems like it's actually twofold. So one, the light of reason is not necessary in the sense that it doesn't exist in all possible worlds. But the difference that I was actually bringing up is it's not sovereign. It's not omnipotent. So it can be undermined by other causal mechanisms of the universe. It seemed to me like you were conceding that Cartesian demons and the like can run around in this universe. There may be things like biological causal processes that just undermine the sanity of individuals, and that can apply to anybody. And so it seems, and that is not the case for the Christian God, because the Christian God is in control of all the
No,
causal
so on
processes that
on the
are in the world.
supposition of the light of reason, there's a restricted class of judgments that are infallible. Um, Now, there is some question about whether the light of reason is logically necessary, and then there's a separate question of whether it's metaphysically necessary. Now, if you claim that the Christian God is logically necessary, and you individuate the logically possible worlds in the way that I individuate them, a fairly standard way of individuating them, then I think you just have contradicted yourself for reasons that are pretty easy to show using deductive logic. So we could talk about that if you want. So how to individuate the logically possible worlds. Um,
Yeah, let's talk about that in a second. But just to make sure that the omnipotence problem isn't lost here. So it just seems to me like saying there's a class of beliefs about which you cannot be mistaken is false, because the belief itself is dependent on the light of reason. The light of reason can be undermined by causal processes. So that belief itself could just be
but I
a
don't think
random
so.
belief.
That you just smuggled in what was to be demonstrated. That
Well,
there's some. That my entire point is that there's some class of judgments that basically conditional on the light of reason existing. It necessitates that uh, a person is accurate in those judgments.
okay. Well, what is it about the universe that's ensuring that this takes place?
Which is that's the nature of the light of reason. It's part of the. It's conceptually um, intrinsic to the light of reason.
Right. Okay. So that seems to me problematic, because then there's no reason, if we're going to say if we're going to have an abstract property, like it's just whatever it is that ensures that I have knowledge, that doesn't differentiate this view from the Christian epistemology I'm putting forward. So
Well, no,
just would
that's not
support
all
my
I've
view.
said. I've said that's one thing that's true of it. Now, one thing that's inconsistent is that it has merely limited potencies. It's not omnipotent. Now, that's inconsistent with your Christian epistemology. So, rubbish with that argument. Now, I want to get back
Well,
to the more
if it's
important
limited,
issue.
if it's limited, my criticism goes through, right? That's the only thing
No,
that's
that's not.
sufficient.
That's not. You're equivocating on limited potency versus omnipotence, which is there's the fact that something has a potency to give rise to basically an infallible judgment. So, i.e., X has the potency to create an infallible judgment that Y. That can't be undermined by any causal process. Yet, that's perfectly consistent with that entity not having a causal power to cause Z. So the entity has limited potencies, but it also has potencies that can't be undermined by any other cause.
The problem is the extent to which it's limited means that its power is defined by other realities in the world. So, for example, the fact that we're having this conversation right now depends on the biological fact that we have lips and we have vocal cords and all that sort of stuff. Were we typing this, it would depend on things like the English language, right? So if a thing has limited potencies, it's limited by something else. Something else is defining what powers and absence of powers this thing has.
Yeah,
And
I
the
don't
question
accept
is,
that.
okay, well then, what are we talking about when we say, what is
A
the
potency is an attribute of an entity that's an intrinsic property of the entity.
yeah, okay,
So
what
it's
makes
not
it have?
it's not a real, you're trying to define potency, at least if it's not an unlimited potency, as some kind of relational property, which is a view I reject.
Yeah, I wouldn't know what it means to say that something has a limited property if we can't define what or set forth what's limiting it.
Well, I've just explained in what sense it's limited, which is that if something has omnipotence, right, then it has a potency to bring about anything that's logically possible, right?
That's
Now,
not
if
false,
we
sure.
have some, I'm sorry.
That's suitable. Yeah, that's a good draft definition, sure.
Okay, and so now all it is to say that something has limited potencies is to say that it has at least one potency, but it is not omnipotent.
Okay, yeah, but I don't know what a potency. So in order to talk about potencies, right, and
I
what
mean, a
something can and
potency
cannot
is a
do,
causal power.
right? So there must be some kind of causal laws that define this thing's causal
Well,
the name.
the causal laws are actually just a way of generalizing about the potencies that inhere in objects.
Well,
So
if they can be
the
generalized.
truths about causal laws supervene on the local matters of fact about potencies, not the other way around. So something doesn't have a potency in virtue of a causal law. Rather, there is a causal law in virtue of what's true of the set of all potencies.
It would just constitute that which is generalized, the causal law, that which explains why it can do one thing and not another.
No, the causal law doesn't explain. It doesn't have explanatory primacy. That's what I'm saying. The causal law is an explanandum of the potencies rather than the reverse.
Right, and what I'm saying is that whatever explains why it has one potency and not another is is the relevant limiting factor, or the causal law that I'm referring to, that's going to be a problem. Because as long as uh, the light of reason is not self-sufficient, it's not inherently powerful, but is rather its potency is defined in terms
No,
of
it is
the
inherently
name.
powerful, but it's not omnipotent, and those two are mutually consistent.
So I think that's easy to show it's false. So the definition that you
I
gave
don't
of
think so, but I think you have a confused notion of logical possibility, and once we explore that, the other fallacies in your reasoning will become apparent. And so I want to go back to that issue. So I think it's silly to focus on this one before we iron out what we mean when we talk about logical modality. So can we return to that and then come back to this?
yeah, in a second. So I'll just comment here that my issue is that you set forth what this entity or process or whatever the light of reason is. You set forth what it can do in terms of things that are not the light of reason itself. And that just goes to show that you've got some kind of metaphysical system that has different entities. Those powers are defined in terms of each other. I can't talk about what the power of the light of reason is.
I mean, I
without
don't,
talking about
so one is I don't accept, I mean, there's just so much confusion there, it'll be hard to parse through, but I think we should just do what I've been insisting on doing and actually try to get on the same terms about logical modality. And then the rest of the confusion about what I'm saying will clear up. So here's what I take logical modality to be, which is to say we have a certain set of rules of deductive inference. And let's just say for now we'll work with classical logic. I don't know if that's an issue for you. And then we have sets of statements. And we say a logically possible world is a uh, maximally consistent set of sentences that only makes reference that only makes reference to local facts about the possible world. So it doesn't invoke any relational facts about the possible world. It only makes reference to local facts. So a logically possible world is a maximally consistent set of sentences about local facts about the possible world itself. Now,
Yeah, so on
does
my
that
view,
sound
that
objectionable?
is the actual world alone.
I mean, that's demonstrably false if you accept the rules of inference that I've described. Now,
Well, what's the demonstration?
I mean, it's a very simple one, which is if you take the rules of classical logic, right, we
Which
can
exists
easily
in the
create,
actual world.
well, it doesn't matter where they exist because that's completely irrelevant.
Quite the
It's just that
contrary.
we can apply, it's the fact that we can apply the logical rules that allows us to make a determination about consistency between sentences.
Okay, applying the rules would be to refer to them, which is not necessarily local fact. So it,
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because
it
the
matters because
sentences, the local sentences don't reference the laws of logic. We determine the consistency relations between them by invoking the laws of logic. That doesn't mean that the local sentences need to invoke the laws of logic. Instead, it's just our determination about the sentences that's parasitic on the laws of logic. So,
I I don't I don't see how that's gonna. I mean, I'm not sure exactly what to make of that distinction, just because I'm not. Let me say something on the side, and maybe you can parse out why you think this is false or mistaken or whatever. But I don't think it's going to be relevant because the issue is whatever these statements are going to be, we're not going to be able to determine whether they're maximally consistent, whether they're intelligible sentences, so on and so forth, unless we use knowledge of the actual world, unless we refer to things that are true in the actual world. And so it just shows that any kind of imagination that we use of some state of affairs is always going to be parasitic on the actual world.
yeah,
There
but
is no such thing.
that's an epistemic claim that I accept. Um, but it doesn't do anything to undermine the argument that I was making.
Well, yeah, because
Because
what we're saying.
you can agree that there's epistemic priority to facts about the actual world, at least as it pertains to us as reasoners in the actual world. But that's irrelevant.
Well, what we're going to say is that these these sentences or these imaginary states of affairs have properties and involve certain entities and processes or other content that are part of the actual world. So it's not the significance of the parasitism is that wherever we wherever we add things that are not consistent to the actual world, therein is going to lie the problem.
No, the the it's we'll have to invoke the laws of logic, which are truths about the actual world. I'll agree with you there.
Okay.
Now, the but that doesn't mean that the content of the sentences that we are applying the laws of logic to. Now, the sentences themselves are also uh, entities in the actual world, right?
Right.
We're in agreement there, and we're also in agreement that the logical truths are facts about the actual world. I'm in agreement with you there, and I even think the logically possible worlds are entities in the actual world. So I don't know if we're in agreement there, but it's even more in service of the point that you're making. And despite that, The content of the sentences can include states of affairs that are not consistent with the actual world, while still being internally consistent amongst themselves.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
Okay, well, what grounds do you have?
Well, so a very simple argument would just be that if something is logically consistent, it's going to have to be consistent with uh, God's decrees uh,
Yeah, I already
beyond
reject that.
actual worlds. Right. Yeah. So the issue is going to be that you have a different metaphysics of logic.
Okay, but I'm just asking you to motivate your view. So if you have no motivation, that's fine.
Well, motivation for the claim I made a second ago that hypothetical worlds are always inherently, to some degree, inconsistent, or this recent claim that we have different metaphysics of logic.
Well, neither. I was interested in the motivation for the claim about the decrees of God, which is a little bit, it's intermediate between those. But, I'll take motivation for the former if you offer that.
The former, oh, that's what I was doing, right? So the claim that fantasy worlds are always to some degree inconsistent is always just going to follow from the fact that consistency is contingent on consistency with God's decrees, and the very fact that we're saying
Yeah,
this
that's
is
what I
not
wanted you to
something.
motivate.
Hmm?
That's what I wanted you to motivate. Consistency is always consistency with God's decrees.
Right. So as a Christian, I think the consistency of the world, the logical.
No, but I just want you to motivate it for me, a non-Christian. So do you think you have any argument that will have motivating force for someone who's working from my set of starting assumptions? Or you don't think you have an argument that will motivate me to accept this premise?
Well, I think I can motivate the premise, but it'll just be an argument for Christianity, right? This would just be an argument that unbelieving metaphysics of logic don't
Yeah, I want to
they don't
see.
work.
Uh, yeah, I want to see the motivation.
Okay, well, uh, I don't think that I could make. I don't think that I could make an argument that doesn't respond to what somebody like. I wouldn't know how to motivate you as an interlocutor unless I knew some of the common ground and some of the disagreements that we have about logic. So like
Okay, well, so what would
you don't.
be helpful for me to say that would help you provide an argument that would give me reason to accept what you're saying?
So yeah, so well, to lay down some of my cards, because I'm gonna assume you're gonna disagree on several of these. Like I think that the universe is created by a God who is wise. He has he's consistent with himself. So there's kind of this um, metaphysical reflection going on that God has this logicalness about him, and when he creates the world, it is part of the world's makeup to have something reflective of that logic, and that's normally what we're referring to with things like laws of thought or laws of logic and stuff like that. And it is because the world is so created that it makes sense for us to start classifying our thoughts and individuating certain statements as logical or not. And it seems to me that if you take God out of the picture, there's no uh, there's no mind behind the universe that's putting it together logically. So there would be no reason for our daily goings about of classification. Like I would have no reason to think that my thoughts that um, the statement Jimmy made a PB&J and Jimmy used or Jimmy put a knife in his jelly jar are logically consistent statements. Like there's just no, there's several problems with that, but like minimally, I have no justification for thinking that's the makeup of the world.
Yeah, I mean, that's not, none of that is shared.
Okay, so like, what do you think? What would be a reason other than God to think that the world is logical?
Well, obviously, the light of reason. Now, the, I can give you an account of the metaphysics of logic, which is more in line with what you're asking for, rather than your question, which was phrased as an epistemic rather than ontological question. Now, the account of the metaphysics of logic is just going to be that there are conceptual intentional laws that govern contentful thought. Sorry, I'm getting distracted there. People shouting. But yeah, there are
Yeah.
conceptual intentional laws that govern possible contentful thoughts.
Yeah. So, see, this is why I don't actually think that I think it's fine to talk about metaphysics of logic before talking about things like omnipotence or something. But this is why I don't think there's any kind of priority to the modality conversation, because one of my go-to issues is just going to be, to use a metaphor, like on my view, the ship that we're all in, and we press the buttons and we see the wipes going, and we sit in seats and we think that the seats are going to stay there and not fall through the rocket ship. It all has a design plan behind it. There's somebody who made this. Somebody is in control of the rocket ship we're piloting. But it seems to me like on your view, you want to say, hey, there's this rocket ship here, and we just know, the rocket ship itself is what keeps all these things going together and has all this design. And I don't, the issue is, well, we know there are all kinds of things in the rocket ship that do not promote logical thought. There are all kinds of things in the rocket ship that cause us to err and do all other kinds of things. So the problem
Yeah, I
is
mean,
how to
I think the
have.
big difference, because let me lay out a few things that you may not know about my view. So the first is that I accept that there's a causal singularity, right? Now, I think the main difference between me and you is going to be that, uh, one is that you're going to want to say that the causal singularity has mental attributes, and I'm going to want to say that it has none. Another difference between us is going to be that you're going to want to say the causal singularity is metaphysically necessary. In fact, you earlier said logically necessary, and I'm going to reject that. You're going to want to say, you're going to want to say that the causal singularity has unlimited potencies, and I'm going to want to say it has limited potencies. Um, Sorry, loud noises. But so I think there's going to, so I think one of the main methodological differences between us that's going to explain our difference on this issue is that it seems like I'm okay. I think that bare causal explanations are basically as far as you can get when it comes to explanatory power. And I don't think you actually add anything but ontological profligacy by making it to where you have an additional intentional layer to a bare causal explanation. And it seems like a lot of Christians, especially people who are inclined to make this design inference, it seems like they think that there's some additional explanatory power conferred by adding this intentional layer to a bare causal explanation.
Yeah, well, I think the difficulty is just that we see all the time that non-mental causes, impersonal causes, are not the sorts of things that necessitate logicality or rationality or whatever it is, teleonomy or something like that, right? We see things that, like I said before, promote insanity or promote um, error and all other sorts of things. So that's not to say that a person, it's not to say that something like a Zeus character is sufficient to make the world work. But my problem with my problem with your version of the the thing that's the first point or whatever. You used a phrase that like Graham Moppy uses, and I've already forgotten it. Could you repeat what it was, Ethan, so I don't misrepresent it?
Causal singularity.
Yeah. So like your take on this causal singularity is that it's impersonal, and my problem is, well, then there's not any way to differentiate uh, in terms of our justifications uh, a Cthulian causal singularity that just has no interest, is just not promoting logical laws at all, versus one that is. There's nothing there to um, there's nothing there in the thing that gives us reason to expect a world like that, and
Oh
furthermore,
well,
there's nothing in the thing to tell us that that's the world we're in.
I think both of those are wrong. Now, it's just because I'm not just defending the theory, because there's a tendency to think that there are symmetry breakers where there are none by basically under describing my view. Because my view is not just that there is a causal singularity with some limited set of potencies, but instead that there's a causal singularity with some specific set of potencies, which are inconsistent with um, the Cartesian skeptical scenarios, at least in my case.
Yeah, it seems to me that is so. It seems like your causal singularity is in relevant ways comparable to like a demiurge. There are like these concepts of causality and laws and logic and all these sorts of things, and it doesn't explain those. Those are already, sort of there in some sense, and it comes along and it makes a world in accord with them. But my problem with this kind of demiurge type of view
No, 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 no,
is
no.
that because
I wouldn't say that. Now, I would say the laws of logic are uh, ways of talking about certain structural attributes of the causal powers of the causal singularity.
that's
So I wouldn't
seems
say I wouldn't say I wouldn't say that there are some laws of logic that exist prior or more fundamentally, and then which somehow constrain the potencies of the causal singularity.
Yeah, so I think the problem with that is that we're kind of I see sort of a dilemma forming, right? So on the one hand, if you take the sort of demiurge view where there's these like Platonic verities floating around about what logic is and so forth, and the demiurge is this causal singularity that sets off the universe in accord with them, then the problem is that because it doesn't have explanatory primacy, because it's not omnipotent, it doesn't control everything. And as long as it doesn't control anything, that's what leaves open the room for
But you're
Cartesian.
smuggling. That's where we have a dispute, and it seems like it's just an epistemic dispute about what are the criteria for explanatory primacy, and what is the relation between explanatory primacy and omnipotence.
Uh, Maybe we disagreed about that, but let me real quick. Let me finish my point because there's a dilemma
Yeah,
forming,
sorry.
and then yeah, feel free to jump in and give your criticism. So, but what I see forming here is that like, hey, insofar as this entity is not God in the important sense that it's not in control of the universe. There are things outside its control. It's not the causal exhauster. It's not the sovereign ruler of the universe, and so a lot of other things are doing explaining of why things are the case, um, including causally. Uh, the problem is just going to be that it won't be able to ensure that we're not in a Cartesian skeptical scenario. I think it's a fair alternative to say, well, no, it's not like that because there aren't these Platonic verities. All we're actually doing is describing the behavioral stuff, or the causal dispositions, or whatever it is that's in the singularity. But that's sort of like when a psychologist, that's a weird way to use the term. That's kind of like when somebody who holds to psychologism appeals to behaviors in the brain to say, this is what we're describing when we describe logic. And the problem with that is, well, that just means you're identifying your practices that you call applications of laws of logic in accord with the singularity. But somebody else can come along and say, well, I want to think like a tree. And somebody else can come along and say, well, I'd rather think like a Christian. And there's no reason to prefer one or the other because there's nothing about the causal singularity that explains why it's worthy or normative in its logicality.
Well, so let's maybe are you using the word universe to mean like all that exists? Because I would make a distinction between the space-time universe and other possible ones, right? So when you use that term, the universe, are you referring to all there is?
No, I'm using sort of in a loose sense, right? So I mean
Okay,
more
well
stuff
then
like
then I would grant that the causal singularity is causally exhaustive of this universe in a local sense.
right, but not the so the question is if it's just so the question is if the laws of logic
And to borrow,
are
sorry, and to borrow the like Darth Dawkins phrase, it is the source of all possibility and impossibility.
yeah, okay. I'm probably not as familiar with him as you are. I haven't talked to Darth in several years now, but that's funny. Yeah, so I think my dilemma is just that hey, look, insofar as these are laws that the singularity, and I'm speaking loosely here, whatever word you would prefer. I'm not trying to shove terms on you, but as far as I understand it, right, insofar as the logic, the causal singularity is just exemplifying logical laws in the universe by being in accord with them when it makes the universe and by making the universe in accord with them, then prima facie you've got normativity. You've got this sort of one rule that we all ought to follow, but the causal source supposedly of the logicalness of this universe isn't sufficient to ensure that the universe is logical because there could be other creepy crawlies running around out there ensuring that it's not. But insofar as you think that logic just terminates metaphysically in this uh, causal thing, and this isn't a mind, this isn't a person who has property rights over the universe or anything analogous to that. There's no reason that um, this entity deserves being our standard of logic any more than Jimmy's brain or Ethan's brain or the way Vincent practices rules. These are just randomly chosen uh, exemplars. We have no reason to prefer the so-called logical nature of uh, the
Yeah, so
causal
so
singularity.
there seems to be another disagreement, and I just feel like we're all full of disagreement. Someday we need to talk about something where we agree, but the I just don't accept the normativity of logic. You know, I think that it's a descriptive enterprise, and so there are certain relations, bindings between concrete mental particulars that are called thoughts or propositions, and certain states of affairs in the world that are basically truth relations, right? And that the laws of logic are ways of talking, they're generalizations about the descriptive facts about when those truth bonds inhere in the propositions and the world, when those relations are present.
Okay, well, I think there's kind of a self-stultifying problem when you say that. Like
Sorry, my vocabulary isn't good enough. Self-stultifying.
it's like it's self-refuting in a way that's like performative, right? So if I say I'm not talking right now, right? That's not exactly the same thing as like a logical contradiction, like a square has four sides and it has three sides, or something like that. But it is
Yeah,
it is a
there's some
it is a
there's some part of
performative
the
error.
context of utterance that creates the
Yes,
contradiction.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what's going on when you say something like, we have this disagreement, and I think the laws of logic are merely descriptive. And the reason I think that is because it seems to me that the very game of correcting someone, of disagreeing with someone, is that you're motivated to tell this person how they ought to think. You're motivated by the fact that they're out of
No,
accord.
no, that's not your motivation.
But
That itself is a prescription.
but but if you're not motivated by some kind of law how a person ought to think,
No,
I
no,
wouldn't know
no.
what
They
it would
just disagree haphazardly. You're the one recognizing the disagreement and then importing this idea.
Who is this person?
I hope you don't mind my ingress. Go back to your conversation. You can invite my
Thank you.
commentary when you want.
Well, it's fine, but let's keep the interruptions to a minimum. But I don't mind if you come in and talk. Yeah. So right. So like when we've got someone who's doing a math quiz, right, and they get the equation wrong in your eyes, and you're like, oh no, don't do that. I take the motivation there to be that there's a right and wrong way to do mathematics. That is to talk about some kind of norm that differentiates proper mathematics or legitimate answers to equations or truthful solutions or anything like that. And the problem is if something like mathematical truth does not warrant or otherwise have some kind of rational motivation generating property for me to correct someone, which I just take to be normativity or something like a duty or something like that, then it seems to me like the enterprise of correction isn't even a rational enterprise. It's just somebody reporting their opinions on something.
Well, I just don't. Yeah, I mean, I don't accept much of that. Um, I think that it's it's when I'm telling you that the answer is wrong, I'm not telling you about what you ought to believe. I'm telling you something about the relationship between the proposition expressed by your utterance and the world. I'm telling you a descriptive fact. Uh, I'm not admonishing you that you're out of conformity with your reasons. And I think there are perfectly intelligible statements like, he, given the evidence that was available to him at the time, he ought to have believed that the moon was made of green cheese, but that just wasn't so. And similarly, even in the case of a logical contradiction, so let's suppose the Riemann hypothesis is true, right? Then saying the Riemann hypothesis is false entails some kind of contradiction. Now, I think it's perfectly intelligible, and it may be right in many cases to say that he ought to have believed the Riemann hypothesis was true, even though it was false, and it was in fact logically necessary that it be false. Um, I think that what I'm asserting when I'm saying that someone got the answer wrong is a descriptive fact about the world, and then there's a separate question as to how that descriptive fact informs their reasons.
Yeah, but let me see if I can't clarify what I'm objecting here.
Meaning it doesn't logically imply that they're guilty of suggesting a wrong reason. They're just not seeing it the way you're seeing it. Go ahead. Sorry about that interruption. You didn't
No, that's
invite
fine.
me in.
I was waiting to see if Ethan wanted to say that was accurate or not.
Oh, I wouldn't endorse that, but um, I mean, what I'm getting at is that I just think that my concept of reason is a separate notion from my concept of accuracy.
Uh,
Interesting.
That just means
so
what you don't believe what you think, right? On occasion, you just don't trust it.
I don't know about that, but
Bruh. Can you let these guys talk,
Sorry,
please?
it's
Thank you.
metacognition. Go ahead. Back to you guys. I'll be paused.
Well, just to give maybe to give like a 10,000-foot view of like what I think is going on here is like, look, when I say, hey, you're wrong about the metaphysics of logic, and here's the right view. The practice that I'm committing there is of correcting you. I think we both agree that I'm trying to correct you. But the motivation is like, well, there are these reasons that I have why this is true, and mixed up in those reasons are reasons to be rational, are reasons to think a certain way at all in the first place.
Well, there's
And
for me. Sorry, just one thing. So for me, there's three separate notions. So one is of the motivation for engaging in a particular behavior. Now that I think has very little significance, but it's just psychological. It's purely descriptive psychological, which is in many cases I have a desire to correct people that I believe are wrong. Maybe that's a brute desire. Maybe it's informed by what did they say? It has something to do with your father. But then there's a separate notion, which is that of accuracy or of truth. Then there's another notion, which is of a reason. And reason diverges from motivation, right? So I have a reason to believe in a particular fashion. I have a motivation to behave in a particular fashion. And there's a fact about whether my belief would be true or false, given the content of the belief and the matters of fact that obtain at the time the belief is tokened.
Ethan, do you think there is irrational fear? Do you believe in that?
I mean, I think the notion of irrationality that you'd invoke in a statement like, I had an irrational fear, that's not univocal with the notion of irrationality that I'd use to admonish someone for irrational belief. So
Well, rational belief,
I
rational
think it makes
fear, but I
I think
mean,
it
go
makes
ahead.
I think it makes perfect sense to say someone's had an irrational fear, but I'm using the word irrational in a different sense than when I'm saying he had an irrational belief.
I don't think that's actually true, because it seems to me that irrational fear, the reasons for considering it irrational, and not the only reason, but some reasons are going to have to do something with the fact that you have false and or unjustified beliefs. Beliefs that
Oh,
just
yeah,
happen.
it's unrational,
Yeah,
right?
but real quick, just to go back to what I was trying to present as a problem here, right? Is that like when I try to correct
There's one thing
someone,
I want to say
well,
about.
real quick, just to finish my thought.
Yeah,
When
sorry.
I think of when I conceive of how what I'm doing when I'm trying to correct someone, I've got reasons for thinking that they're wrong. I've got reasons for thinking, therefore, there's something true and what they're saying contradicts that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And if you go back, if you regress enough in my mind, eventually you're going to reach more abstract affairs like, well, Jimmy thinks there's this idea of being rational, right? It's like thinking like Jesus thinks, or something like that. And that's the kind of reason that is self-justifying, right? It's the kind of thing where the reason for me to think that we should think that way is that Jesus thinks that way itself, right? It's some kind of norm for thinking that is intrinsically normative. But when we look at your system, Ethan, it seems like when we go back to the question, well, why believe that these certain procedures or these rules of inference or these laws of thought are themselves worthy of considering the standard, or are themselves worthy of being considered the criterion of rationality, or the criterion of logic, or whatever. All you have to offer is a description of a causal singularity, and that's not going to have worthiness. That's not going to be intrinsically normative. It's just going to be another object in the universe, which is not preferable
Can
to
I
someone
interrupt?
saying, well, I want to think like Vincent thinks.
So I was just going to say, 2 plus 2 equals 4, but 2 plus 1.5's, that's 3. right? What's normative there and what's conditioned?
Three and a half, but okay.
No, I mean whatever the rule set is. If I say 2 + 2 = 4, right, you could do that too. And it just depends on how you want to switch up what the
I
operator is,
understand.
whether or not the verbal has parentheticals around it and conditions.
Well,
A
look at
square
what you're.
circle, you can
Yeah,
have square circles in a vernacular conversation, like, look at that squirrel, look at that squirrel, that square circle, look at that.
you got whacked. Uh, well, I think that's a useful example, right? So, like, look what he was doing there. He's saying, like, look, we can change our terms, or we can refer to these like second order domains, like mathematics and language of mathematics and stuff like that. But the problem is that's going to regress, right? Is that okay? Well, what's behind that? What reasons do I have to think that the claim it depends on how you define these terms is true? Reasons, right? And the issue is, it seems like on a Christian view, when you go back, there is this God who's logical, and he has the right kind of attributes to be in a position to tell people that he's intrinsically worthy of being mimicked in how he thinks. But it seems like the causal singularity is just another kind of natural um, studies of science type factoid that isn't really, we have no more reason to think that the causal singularity has worthiness than we have to think that the way Truthy's brain synapses cause him to think, or correlated to his thinking, however you wish to put it, uh, is the standard of logic.
Yeah, the first thing I'll do is reiterate that I don't accept that logic is normative. Um, and so none of that will have any force for me. Then I'll point out that, let's say, I don't think the notion of reason is all that important to me either. We can explore that in a second, but it seems to be quite important to you. Um, then there's another issue, which is I don't see any attribute of God which makes him a more plausible candidate for intrinsic normativity, supposing uh, we need to ascribe such a thing to the causal singularity. I don't see him as a more plausible candidate than the causal singularity on my view. Now, just because I don't think it needs to perform that explanatory role is why I don't ascribe it, but it would be trivially easy for me to ascribe it. So I don't think this criticism cuts particularly deep, even if it goes through, though for the reasons given above, I don't think it goes through. So I guess that's enough.
I guess my issue is I don't know why we would. The problem is going to be reasons you'll have for preferring Ethan's view to Jimmy's is going back to reasons to take Jimmy's metaphysics of logic over Ethan's, or Ethan's over Jimmy's. And that answering that question is caught up in the question, well, what reasons do we have to believe that a given statement of the metaphysics of logic is the case? And what I'm pointing out is, well, that we can't really answer that question if logic isn't normative, because that's just to say there's nothing in the universe that has this property of worthiness. That is, it intrinsically imposes on people the obligation to think in a certain way. And so, there is no generative, there's no value to the thing that calls for us to believe that it's actually the standard of logic. It's just, it turns into whatever floats your boat. I'm just going to pick this as something that I treat as my personal exemplar.
Well,
And if
I don't think that follows, um, which is just to say, just because I accept a metaphysics of logic, where logic itself is not normative, that doesn't mean that I don't have reasons that about A, what beliefs I should have about logic, B, uh, that norms of consistency don't play a role in what I have a reason to believe, etc., etc. So there's nothing about the view, even the view about the metaphysics of logic, which entails that it's this sort of anything goes. Um, Now, I'm a bit skeptical that we have a shared concept of reason. I think when you say reason, you mean something different than when I say it. And I think I don't believe in reasons in the sense of the word that you're using. And you believe in reasons in the sense that I'm using, but you probably just don't assign to them the significance that I assign to them. So I sort of have this there's this mental fact about me that causes me to ascribe this particular justificatory significance to my notion of reason and objects that have that classificatory status.
That's right, but it seems to me that's exactly the problem, is that you can describe anyone's behavior where they disagree as a causal process where something motivates them to ascribe that property. But at that point, we're no longer giving that description is not to give a reason to prefer one of those person's descriptions over the other, and that's where the
I
problem
mean,
lies.
there's just the classic question beg, um, which is just invoke your notion of logic and assume its supremacy. I mean, not invoke your notion of reason and assume its supremacy.
Okay, well, so I think it would be easy to show that that's false. You could just say, here's a reason to prefer Ethan's view over Jimmy's, but it isn't an example of uh, some kind of rational normativity, some kind of principle of or law of thought that is intrinsically normative. But I guess I'm not sure exactly how my objection there begs the question.
Well, because I don't grant the part about there would be no reason to prefer. And it seems like the only way that you're going to be able to motivate the claim that there would be no reason to prefer one account over another, on my view, is by appealing to your notion of reason and assuming its supremacy. Now, if you could make some case as to why there would be no reason to prefer that was internal to my account, then that might be interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that begs the question, because it doesn't seem to me like I'm using a reason to mean something more than what you are. I'm just pointing out that the debate over a certain property that reasons have, like that they're derivative of some intrinsic reason or something like that, or that they are
Well,
all
one
a
is that
matter of being.
I've offered an account where I think we're talking about two different things when we say the word reason. So already, it would seem you're begging the question.
Sorry, could you clarify what those two options were again?
Well, I just think that we're invoking, and I have a whole account about how semantics work that I won't get into right now, but I think we have two concepts of reason, and that our concepts of reasons overlap in some ways, but diverge in other ways.
Sure, but I guess my issue is I'm not seeing where.
And I don't think we're predicating of reason, right? So it's like there's some shared basic concept of reason, and then we just have different beliefs about reasons. I think we're doing that too. Um, but I think that there is a fundamental issue, which is that we don't actually have a shared basic concept. We have overlapping, but um, non-identical basic concepts.
See, I don't know. So here again, we run into the I'm not talking right now problem, because it seems to me like if you say we don't have some kind of universal concept of reason by which we can have this conversation, I don't know how I would go about interpreting what you're saying to me right now. Like, it just seems like the very act of communicating with me takes for granted that we share in common some basic view of beliefs, something taking the placeholder of justification, warrant, whatever you want to call it,
Yeah, I
etc.,
mean,
etc.
if that were a precondition for communication, or maybe you're saying communication about this issue in particular, then there would be many cases of apparent successful communication that were in fact not, given the observed descriptive relativity of concepts of justification. Now, what I think is that in order to successfully communicate or to have some degree of mutual intelligibility, we don't need to have a shared concept. We just need to have concepts that sufficiently overlap. And the degree of success is going to be partially a function of degree of overlap between the concepts.
I'm not sure we're really disagreeing about that. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm just saying, going back a little bit in the conversation, to the extent you think our reasons or our take on reasons overlaps, I'm not sure why my conclusion doesn't follow that, hey, if what reason is just a matter of the natural process out in the horizon of man's experience studied by science that he calls logical and that he correlates with certain logical laws. I don't see why
Well,
there's anything.
you're conflating reason with logic in a way I wouldn't.
I'm sorry, how so?
Well, I don't know why you're giving an account of reasons in terms of some like correlation with the laws of logic.
Oh, okay, because it seems, well, to give kind of a I'm not even sure what to call this. To give a really simple reason why I'm doing that, it's because things like beliefs in and about a causal singularity are going to be beliefs that you arrived at, presumably in accord with logic, and it was presumably important that you have these beliefs in accord with logical laws, and it's presumably important that in general your reasons for beliefs are logically aimed, that they have some kind of correlation with um, laws of logic, right? So it just seems to me like whatever reasons you have for believing something, they are caught up in the fact that there are logical conditions for reasons or something like that. So going back to what I said, right? The problem is somebody can come along and say, I take Truthy's brain to be the metaphysical ground of logic. It just is whatever Truthy's brain can be considered, the concrete logical matters that form the laws of logic or just are the laws of logic or whatever. It seems to me that person is not epistemically better or worse off than the person who says the causal singularity and whatever's going on there is the standard of logical laws. That's just to describe logical laws. It seems to me like neither one of those views has a better reason, given the fact
Sorry,
that,
could you repeat the two?
yeah, someone who says that the causal singularity has these properties that explain or constitute logical laws, versus someone who says Truthy's brain has these properties that constitute or explain causal laws. One is taking the exemplar of logic metaphysically to be the causal singularity, and the other one is doing this with Truthy's brain. But because neither of those
Well,
have
there's a
neither of those have the property of worthiness, neither one of those has some kind of intrinsic normativity, there's no reason to prefer one view over the other. It seems, or at least it seems like maybe this is even worse. Whatever reasons you would have to have for taking one over the other, they would be illogical. They would just be
I don't.
breaking
So
the
here's one
rules.
thing I'll say. On my view, worthiness, in your sense, um, doesn't confer any reason to prefer your view.
So if something is, so if take God for example, right? If God, in the way He has disclosed wisdom to be followed by human beings, in the way that He has exhibited human wisdom without error, if that has the property of being intrinsically worthy of our accord, that has the property of being intrinsically normative. That is, there's an obligation incumbent on man merely from the fact that God thinks this way and has designed us to
Yeah, I
think
mean,
this way
there's not.
too.
We don't have a shared concept of obligation, as I indicated earlier, because I wouldn't grant that that's intelligible relative to my concept of obligation.
Okay, could you maybe clarify that?
Well, what's there to clarify?
Well, I mean, so what is a reason to think that it's unintelligible? Or what is a reason to think that Ethan's concept is preferable to Jimmy's with respect to
I don't
obligation?
think I don't think concepts can be preferable to one another. They're not the right sorts of things to be preferable in any relevant sense. Um, there's utterances, and those utterances can have meaning by virtue of the fact that they invoke concepts. So there's some kind of intentional linkage between them, between the utterance and a concept. Uh, and I don't think there's any fact that dictates that one utterance is more appropriately linked with one concept than another concept. So we can use the word obligation, that collection of phonemes. We can use it to denote whatever concept we want. Someone wouldn't be wrong if they used that word to refer to chairs, as long as they had the appropriate linguistic intention. So there's nothing about the utterance uh, that calls out for one concept more than another.
It doesn't strike me as that strikes me as not understanding what I'm asking, because I'm not asking why we should use a word one way over another. That I agree is kind of a silly question. The question is why we should think certain claims about the world of concepts and the world of our representations of things works this way or that
Well, no, but
are true claims.
you're not. You asked me why prefer your concept of obligation over mine. Now,
Real quick,
my point was that was a silly question
real quick.
because
Yeah, I'm not asking why should we use the word the way you're using it. I'm asking, hey, you have these beliefs about um, what reason and what logic and all this stuff is, and you seem to be saying you have this belief that my take on obligations is unintelligible, and I'm saying, well, what is the reason
well, no, I'm
to
saying it's
share that belief?
unintelligible if you invoke my concept of obligation. Now, I'm sure it's perfectly intelligible with respect to yours, but I don't have that concept.
Okay, I guess I would just ask why we should believe you don't.
Well, I can make a variety of arguments, some inductive, for why when you invoke some concept and then you apply it to a variety of different cases, and it's in some ways adjacent to concepts that I have, but that basically when I introspect, it appears that it's a little off, and when I attempt to catalog the concepts that are available to me, readily available to me, it doesn't seem to match with any of them, such that I'd have to synthesize some new concept to attempt to capture what you're getting at. I think in
But
many such
that is
cases, I lack the concept.
yeah. So I think that's the question that's being asked that I'm looking for the answer. Right? Is you're saying your concept of obligation is not networked with these other concepts in such a way that what I'm saying follows. But then I'm saying, okay, which is the better view? Jimmy's take that this thing follows from that thing, or your take that it doesn't?
I'm not, but they're not conflicting views. That's where you're confused. The fact that it's not saying a view is false to say that I don't share the concept that's being invoked, right? All it is to say is that I don't yet understand the view. It's not even to say I won't understand the
I
view.
see. Okay, so I don't think it was helpful to say the concept wasn't shared. Maybe a better word is just to say that you don't know what I mean.
Well, no, I don't think the concept is shared. And I
I
think in a very important sense it's not shared. Because there's all sorts of ways in which you might not understand what someone means, right? So I'm giving you a more specific
right,
way, which
right.
is that you have some proprietary idiosyncratic concept, and I don't have it. And it feels like if your God existed, he probably would have given it to me, but he didn't.
Yeah. So right, we disagree about that. But with respect to what I said earlier, that hey, the difference here is that the Christian God has this property of worthiness, and these other entities don't have anything like this property, and it doesn't seem it's hard to understand how they could. Doesn't really I don't really understand what it means for a rock to obligate me to color drawings on it or something like a druid would do, back in the day. Um, it just seems like a rock isn't the kind of ontological entity that can have those kinds of properties, especially when you consider the social implications for
Yeah,
that.
well, no, but we're in agreement there. Um,
Right, but then what's the difference
Now,
between the causal singularity and the
I don't
rock?
think entities. What'd you say?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, what? But then the immediate question is, what's the difference between the causal singularity and the rock that suddenly
What
makes the
appears to
causal
me that it is
singularity?
the right sort of entity.
Why?
That's the difference. Well, I can
What's the
ask you the
difference?
same thing about your God.
Yeah, so it seems to me
There's
that
all sorts of special features about this causal singularity. Now, and all of them probably contribute to an intuitive apprehension about it that's different than for some inert matter, right?
I don't know if that's true. So, but let's stick to the question you just asked me, right? Because that might help clarify our difference, right? So, uh, the difference is that God is the kind of entity that can be beautiful. God is the kind of entity that can have aesthetic values. He thinks of himself very highly, and he
Oh,
has
I think
created the
that,
world.
well, I think that almost every entity has can have aesthetic value, don't you?
It seems to me not if there's. It seems to me that it's not easy to make. And that's a very nice way to say it. I think it's impossible to make sense of an aesthetic value if there's no, to put it metaphorically, there's no eye of the beholder for this thing. I don't know what it means to say, there's a universe, it has no minds in it, nobody's walking around, but this rock is very pretty. But what are we referring to when we say the rock is very pretty?
We're invoking a concept of beauty.
Yeah, but I don't.
Now, the concept of beauty has a particular extension. Now, that extension is highly complicated because the concept itself is pretty primitive, right? So it's hard to describe in more simple terms, and there's no easy conceptual analysis that's going to be satisfying. But that's not. So I know perfectly well and maybe you don't have this concept, and that's fine. It's sad if you don't have it. I think you probably do. I think if you gave up on God, you'd know what I meant when I said that rock is really pretty. And I wasn't talking about that rock has the property of causing me to have some reaction of awe, right? Or some reaction of personal
Appreciation.
preference, personal preference or appreciation.
Yeah.
I think you'd know what I meant.
Well, and to be clear, I think you do too, and you're not a believer. But the issue I have is that it seems to me to make sense of what we're saying when we say something's beautiful is, if we go to define those terms, for example, we're always going to refer to some kind of beholder. We're always going to refer to a property that has some kind of way to be represented in the mind, where it does have that reaction of awe, where it
No, but
is
I
worthy
don't
of
think
that.
I would.
Okay, but then what would that be? What is that beauty that
And
doesn't?
it would seem that it would be pretty degenerate to just say, it would seem like someone was robbing both beauty, or I imagine you'll give the same story for morality, where you'll say, well, it's like your notion of a moral preference, but it's God's moral preference, so then it's endowed with some kind of objectivity, right? In the same sense that God's aesthetic preferences are endowed with the same sort of objectivity,
That's
right?
right. Yeah.
But but I think that robs, and I mean this will not be some novel criticism to you, but I think that really robs the notion of its significance, which is it's not just there's some Joe Schmo called God, and we're talking about his preferences. that really robs the notion of the significance that it has to me. I don't see anything special or significant. I think it's lacking significance in exactly the same sense as if we had gone with Truthy's preferences as the basis, singling him out in some special pleading argumentative strategy.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
no,
Okay.
so
Great.
I wouldn't really ever want to cash out the notion in terms of the eye of any beholder.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Great. So let's put that aside for just a second. I think that's problematic, but let's come back to that in a second. Uh, I love the fact that you bring up the truthy thing, right? Because it seems to me like there's, and I'll give the two views I don't hold that are like extra foils to help clarify why I'm thinking of Christianity as superior here. On the one hand, you could think that there's like some kind of abstract beauty. There's just this like platonic verity or whatever floating out there in the ether, and things in the world exemplify it or they don't, or they exemplify it to different degrees or whatever. And it just seems to me, um, besides all the problems that some kind of platonic realism is going to have on its own, like there's nothing about um, there's nothing about this verity that itself can experience or hold this rock as awesome. And there, I mean, with a dash between the two parts of the words, awe dash some. The kind of thing that invokes being in awe or something like that. It just seems like it's not the kind of entity that's good for explaining the awness or the awesomeness of the rock. On the other hand, you could have this, and that's the kind of world that I could see this causal singularity making. Another world that the causal singularity could make is just that there are certain causal relations between the causal singularity all the way down to here where we're talking and we have these ideas and so forth. And the causal singularity is such that it causes you and I to have um, these appreciations, these preferences. But again, the problem with that is just that they're completely random. They're accidental. Like, who cares what this thing causes me to do? Because it itself has no idea about what uh, beauty is. It
I mean,
itself
the
can't
fact that it
experience
was
it, or
accompanied by some, I just reject all of that. But the fact that
well,
it was
real quick.
accompanied by some additional contingent mental state of appreciation wouldn't cause me to suddenly care.
I think it does, right? So I think the key difference is that, like with Truthy, right? So if Truthy comes along and says it, right, he neither creates the rock, so he doesn't have control over its properties like aesthetics, nor does he nor is he responsible for the design plan of our mental states about rocks. Nor does he have like some kind of original capacity for thinking about things as beautiful in the first place. Like he learns that from being in the world. So it seems like God, in all those respects, is different from those three scenarios. He is in full control of the whole situation, not just causally, but he is the one who can first exemplify this experience or this knowledge, whatever it is, of looking at a rock and saying, "This is pretty," right? And that puts him in a position of having this perfect archetypal knowledge of beauty, even as he's in control over the universe. But I don't see how the causal. Um,
Yeah, I mean, it just does nothing for me. The adding the fact that God has some experience of appreciation when he looks at it. Now, there's no intrinsic property that he's actually perceiving, right?
Let me give you.
It's just that it's the fact that he's having this reaction that's supposedly constitutive of the rock being beautiful.
Well, do you think that people can consider beautiful things ugly and ugly things beautiful?
Yeah.
Okay. So it seems to me like we both agree that the things that we study in science and so forth are full of causal mechanisms that are responsible for error aesthetically. And it just seems to me like, hey, here's an entity that's just like everything else in the universe. It's just a natural uh, uh, thing studied by physics, this causal singularity. Not a person, not someone who has intentions about the world to be beautiful to human beings. But if the world were exploded from a robot machine that knows nothing about beauty and has no ability to aim things at it, then that's what that's what's supposed to explain the disagreements here. And it just seems to me like, hey, the same reason that we don't think it's sufficient to say my brain, another thing that's studied in the natural sciences, gets me to thinking this is beauty or beautiful or ugly.
I mean, I just don't have the contempt for the objects of study of the natural sciences that you do. Maybe that also be revealed in, I don't know, uh, other scientific views you have. Many of your compatriots seem to reveal the contempt. But yeah, I mean, I don't have that same contempt that it's somehow deflationary to say something is natural, because then we can analogize it to a rock. That argumentative strategy doesn't hold any water with me, I don't think.
It doesn't seem to me like the properties of the rock, Truthy's brain, and the causal singularity are relevantly different. It seems to me like in the case of a personal creator, this is someone who can aim things at an idea that he already has in mind. And so we have a reason to expect this universe, and that being can even come into it and talk with us and tell us what it's like on his own terms. But the causal singularity is not uh, sufficiently different than a machine or any of these things that you want to say doesn't explain, like a rock that doesn't explain beauty in the universe. Like whatever reasons we have for thinking the rock wasn't a good reason to draw pictures on it as if it were some mystical thing is the same reason we have to think that the causal singularity isn't some mystical thing that tells us how to think.
I mean, I think we're going to have. I mean, I'm not a Platonist, so some of the earlier intimations might belie some confusion about what exactly my view is. I am going to be a naturalist, both a moral naturalist and an aesthetic naturalist. Um, and I think what's going to be doing a lot of the work are basically uh, my concept of morality and my concept of aesthetic value. Now, relative to those concepts, my concept of morality and my concept of aesthetic value, the fact that the god can supposedly have intentions and can, you know, therefore, we can have this like agent-based teleological account of moral truth or aesthetic truth. Doesn't seem to do. Yeah, I mean, I don't share the intuition that you have. I think I have a different brute intuition.
Well, well, it seems to me that my view is consistent with our differentiation here, right? So, uh, I think that you, Ethan, have different aesthetic properties than a rock, but I also think a rock and Ethan are not good explanations for aesthetics itself, that they're not sufficient to explain why and the particular properties of an axiological nature that things have in the universe.
Well, I think the rock
Then,
has aesthetic properties, um,
so do I. So do I. But
as as do I have aesthetic properties. Now, what is uh, exhaustive of the facts about the rocks? What what would we need to know all the details about before we knew everything about the rock's aesthetic value and why it has that aesthetic value? Well, we need to know, one, about my concept of aesthetic value and my concept of a rock. Two is we need to know about the intrinsic properties of the rock and its relations to the world. And then once we had those two things, that is all there is to there being facts about the rock's aesthetic value.
Right. And what I'm saying is, okay, but if aesthetic value is supposed to have some explanatory termination in the causal singularity, then there's a problem. Because this is, I think, the sort of thing, this is analogous to saying the reason why a rock is pretty is because there's a mountain and it came from a mountain. Well, that, the same reason that we'd think rocks aren't sufficient to explain its own aesthetic properties is the same reason that we don't think mountains are sufficient to explain their own aesthetic properties. And the same would follow for, unless I mean, maybe you believe that the entities of the natural sciences, the empirical things of the fleshly world have some special properties that I don't believe in myself. Like that would clarify. Like maybe you think these things, a Platonist to me like would right away just say, well, I just think these things exemplify these eternal forms, right? But for you, what I'm not seeing is how this causal singularity has any of the kind of ontological
Well, I mean,
privilege.
you're the one trying to rope the causal singularity into the claims about morality and aesthetics. I don't think I ever did that. Now, obviously, the causal singularity has some relation to these facts. So, one, it explains why there's a rock and why the rock has the intrinsic properties that it does. And two, it explains why I have a concept of aesthetic value and why that aesthetic value has that concept of aesthetic value has the content that it does. But the relationship between the causal singularity and the rock having aesthetic value is very much it's second order.
Yeah, so to put my question polemically as a statement, the causal singularity, on your view, explains my concept of aesthetics and the properties of the rock the same way. So the problem is that the causal singularity is not a good explanation because it doesn't actually prefer your beliefs about it over my contrary beliefs.
Yeah, I didn't follow that.
If you Let's take an extreme example, right? I've got a Cartesian demon, and he causes you to think the rock is really ugly, and he causes me to think the rock is really beautiful. But because the Cartesian demon isn't a reliable source of information, it's not the kind of causal entity that we want to rely on for our beliefs. It's not going to matter that we're saying, well, the Cartesian demon is what causes the rock to have its properties, and it's also what causes me to have my concept of aesthetics, right? Well, that's the same problem with the causal singularity. The fact that it causes both things doesn't matter, and we know that because it causes everybody else's beliefs who disagree with you. So it's not a reliable, it's not the kind of thing that can explain these things in a way that prefers your take on
Yeah,
them.
I just think that argument doesn't work for reasons I've already explained.
Okay, well, I don't know if you wanted to go over them again, but I'm not sure. It seemed to me like earlier you wanted to say that uh, there's a certain set of beliefs or a certain set of mental states, if we want to be more broad, that it's responsible for causing, and those are infallible.
Well,
Was that?
there's a separate there's a few different issues, which is, and you're jumping between a bunch of them, and so then we conflate them. But so one is there's a question about giving like a ontological account or an account of what the truth makers are, right? Then there's a separate issue of giving an epistemic account. So how we came to know that these are what the truth makers are. And so, I mean, we've ran the argument both ways at this point several times for both the ontological and the epistemic. But which one would you choose to? Which one do you want to go down right now?
I'm not sure that I understand that question, because I understand the problem to be meta-epistemological. So it's a way of saying that, look, the kind of metaphysics that's put forward causes underdetermination globally. So it just causes a skeptical scenario, because the same source, the source of what we're supposed to infallibly know is equally responsible and without qualification for our confusion and our error and our disagreements. So it's not a good explanation metaphysically for what we know. That's epistemology.
Okay, so you want to go the epistemic route. Okay, then we can, I mean, I don't grant that it's basically any premise of the argument. So if you just want to take one thing you said and take your pick of your favorite, and we can go from there.
Yes. Okay. So it seems to me like, whether we're talking about metaphysics, well, the reason we came to here, right? So here's how I understand the dialogue, right? Is we were talking about this omnipotence problem, this lack of control, and later on we explored that when I brought forward how you could distinguish the causal singularity being in like a Platonic program, or it could just have this some kind of causal reduction to its properties or something like that. And you wanted, we passed by logical modality for a bit, but the omnipotence problem basically became this disagreement over the metaphysics of logic. And what I put forward is that, hey, there's kind of this epistemological regress problem where, like, look, my views about these metaphysical states of affairs, whether it's modality or laws of thought or axiology, they go back to God having these special properties that make him privileged to explain our beliefs about him and about the world. And it makes him, a sufficient standing point for the kind of claims that we're making about the world, like metaphysics of logic or um, metaphysics of awesomeness, whatever it is. And so I think we're not really going around in circles, but I think the point keeps coming to a head where, like, there's not a property sufficiently like God of the causal singularity that puts it in a position where we can say, okay, yes, it not only does it, cause me to have this view and it controls the way the world works, but also, when I'm talking to other people, I can give them a reason why they ought to be thinking this way and why this is the only true way of thinking, one or the other of those. And you're saying, your response was to say that you don't think logic is prescriptive in that sense, or you don't think reasons are prescriptive in that sense. That your idea of obligation, as I was using the word, wasn't meeting contact between us. Okay, well then I brought forward the
Well, I think obligations are
distinction.
prescriptive. I didn't think logic was descriptive. It was prescriptive. I thought it was descriptive.
Okay, but then, so I guess going back to the question a little ways ago, like, what is that reason to think that Ethan's view is true and not Jimmy's about the metaphysics of logic?
Well, it's not clear that we have a substantive as opposed to semantic dispute. But assuming that we have a substantive dispute, I mean, first, all of my objections to Christian theism are going to be objections to Jimmy's account. And so then I'll have the best game in town, and the explanatory adequacy of my account will be a reason to prefer it over its rivals, the remaining rivals, once we set aside yours. Then there's independent reasons to affirm my account. I mean, if we're working with my concept, then I've just arrived at a belief about that concept through introspective faculties that I take to be generally reliable, uh, that strongly suggest that the subject matter is descriptive. And I can work you through some cases to build the intuition. that the subject matter is descriptive. But, I mean, my suspicion is that the dispute is not actually substantive.
Well, yeah. So I don't know that. Maybe my question isn't clear enough, but I don't see that as an answer, right? So what I'm asking is like, hey, look, on my going back to like the metaphysics of logic, right? On my view, because this intrinsically worthy person sets forth the right way to think, and he exemplifies that for us in the universe. He, comes down as this Son of God, Son of Man, Jesus, and he's out there thinking logically in a perfect fashion. That is a reason to think like God. But it seems to me to say there are certain logical properties of a fact studied in the natural sciences does not present us with any reason to think that it is or grounds the standard of logic. And that's going to regress back to like, what is, this principle of rationality, right? How ought we to think full stop? Somebody might say like, well, you ought to believe in things that are true. Well, why ought I to believe in things that are true? Right. And what I'm saying is, well, God answers that question, right? There's this creator of the universe who exemplifies rationality in himself. He sets forth the standard in himself. And so human beings being created in his
I
image.
mean, it's so hard to perceive just because our disagreement is so pervasive, you know? Like, for instance, even in what you just said, uh, you probably meant it as a truism, but I'd reject it, which is you ought to believe what is true, right? I think there are many cases where you ought to believe what is false, at least if we're talking about theoretical rationality. Now, take other examples of pervasive disagreement. Well, you seem to be presupposing again the normativity of logic in talking about the inadequacy of my response, where I argue for the descriptivity of logic as opposed to the normativity of logic. Um,
I don't see how
then,
that's true, to be honest. So I think all I'm asking for is like, if you think that reasons are prescriptive or that there's some kind of
yeah, I
description.
gave you a bunch of reasons, and then you said you didn't think it was an answer. Now, it could be that you don't take abduction to be reason giving. It could be that you don't take the specific argumentative strategy to be in accord with your understanding of abduction. But what I gave you are manifestly reasons, in my view. Then you could be asking for an account of reasons, a metaphysical account of reasons, and then you're performing the same conflation and jumping around I was complaining about a bit earlier. But
Take your take your appeal to introspection, for example, right? So the question I'm asking is, why is that a reason, right? It's not sufficient to
well,
answer the.
that wasn't the question you asked. Let's be clear on the question you asked. The question you asked was, what reason is there to accept Ethan's view about logic? So then I gave you some reasons. Then you could ask, why is that a reason? But that's a different question. My answer was still an answer. You just have a follow up.
Yeah. So I think the reason I brought in uh, metaphysics of logic and God was to clarify that I'm asking the basic question about what reasons one has to believe anything, full stop. What prescriptions one has access to for any manner of thought, and I think that's going to be the foundation that one uses to reach beliefs about logic. So I'm not commenting necessarily that logic is prescriptive or not. I don't know how it could be descriptive, but we could just take that for face value. We could just leave that aside for the conversation. And now I'm saying, well, like look, here's this original reasoner, okay, and he makes the world to reflect his reason. It follows the same uh, laws that we're using in general when we think. And in fact, those laws that we use come from the same creator, and he himself exemplifies them perfectly in the world. That just seems to me like, hey, whether you want to say those laws of logic, or whether you want to say there's some more fundamental, there's something behind the laws of logic that are reasons that constitute human rationality or something like that. Okay, whatever it is, right? But at some point, you're going to have to appeal to that baseline reason And I'm saying, well, here it is for the Christian, but I don't see how first of all, I don't see how the metaphysics that you gave for logic, this causal singularity, would be relevantly different for explaining the metaphysics of reason. Maybe it is, and I let the floor open for you to correct me on that. But it seems to me like it's going to be the same explanation, and that's why I went off to show that, hey, there's a symmetry breaker here. It seems like God has the right kind of properties to warrant our devotion to him in his wisdom, to warrant our duty to think like he does.
Yeah, well,
Whereas,
I don't accept that there is a relevant difference between God and the causal singularity that would account for why we'd be warranted in one case and not in the other. I do take there to be a relevant difference that favors the causal singularity, but we can return to that in a moment. But I don't take there to be any that favors God, or certainly not one that endows any unique significance to God. Now, there's a separate question, which is uh, what accounts for why some fact is reason giving, and I'll give the same story there that I do in the other cases, which is that uh, that X is reason giving is a function of my concept of reason givingness and the facts about X and its relations to other entities in the world.
I don't think that's much of an account, because it seems like a Christian could say the same thing, but the disagreement remains as to what the relevant facts are.
It's an account. Just, I think you need to stop with this whole notion that if you don't find an answer satisfying, it's not an answer, or if you think there's some further objection that can be raised to an account, it's not an account. Neither of those is right, and it leads to, I think, raising objections that don't advance the dialectic. Because I have an account, and here's one thing where we might disagree. I think there might be some case where there's someone out there who has reason to believe some view that is contradictory with my own view, such that it would be rationally imperative for them to believe that view as opposed to my view, right? And so there could be at least a rationally incorrigible disagreement between us due to peculiarities of our epistemic situations. Um, and nonetheless, I would persist in feeling justified in my view, despite the existence of rationally incorrigible disagreement with someone else. Now, um,
So,
that means that he might not be able to give any account that I find satisfying or that I find adequately motivated, but he'll nonetheless be giving an account, just not one that I find adequately motivated.
yeah, I just don't think it's an account to say something that amounts to whatever are the facts that make something, or that are the facts that motivate this belief, are the facts that motivate this belief. And
Well,
in
I
particular, in
didn't say
this
anything about
conversation,
motivation, and
hold on.
I didn't say
In this
anything about
conversation,
motivation.
hold on. In this conversation, the question that I've been putting forward and pressing on is, hey, look, there's this, you know, we've been disagreeing over, there's this Christian view of metaphysics of logic, and if you like, metaphysics of reason, and that's bound up in things like axiology, and you even brought up morality, and I think that was a good related issue based on how we do metaphysics. And there's this other view over here, and then what I'm pointing out is, hey, it doesn't really do anything to demonstrate that there is another view, just to say that there's a way, that there's an account, or that there are some facts, blah blah blah. Like I said before, the Christian can say the same thing, but the question is, what's this? What's the alternative take on things like logic and reason and beauty and all these things, that we can give reasons for, that we can justify to the point where we say, oh yeah, it was irrational for
Well,
Jimmy to believe.
here's a few things that one is, of course, it's an account to say the facts about X reduced to facts about Y and Z. That's a pretty classic case of an account. So if you don't think that's an account, you're just confused about how that term is used in your discourse community. Now, you could say I want some further account of the facts about Z and the facts about Y. Okay, still an account, even if you want another one. Now, then there's a separate thing, which is, and you keep wanting to conflate these two, and it seems like this whole argumentative strategy really relies on persistent conflation of the two, which is there's the reason that someone might have to accept an account, and then there is what the account is itself, right? And we can separate the two. The two are disentangled, they're independent.
They can't be independent because you're putting forth an account of the very concept of reason, which you would then invoke to give reasons for the account. It would just not be possible, even in theory, to have reasons that are independent of your account of reason.
Well, it depends on what your criteria for independence are. But what I meant by independence in that context is just that I can give you basically what I take to be coextensive with reason on the account, right? While remaining not defining it in terms of what I take it to be coextensive with, right? I'm trying to invoke some shared or at least overlapping concept, some intention there, and then I'm giving an account of what's coextensive with it. So that I'm giving you an account of the theory, and then that's going to be independent of whether or not that actually maps on, given the intention, right? Whether it
So
actually is an adequate account. So I can
yes,
give the account, and then we can separately test the adequacy of the account. But so first we want to understand the internal consistency and the logical structure of the account, and then we can talk about the adequacy of the account.
yeah, I think we've talked some about both, but I just want to get clear that the account in question is not the claim that some fact about X explains Y, or some abstract relation like that. The topic was Jimmy has this view that God exists, and Ethan requested that Jimmy motivate this account of metaphysics of logic. And at that point, we started differentiating our accounts. Now, those are accounts specific, right? Those are not statements like, hey, some fact in the universe explains why logic is the way it is. Okay. What we're talking about are a specific set of claims about the properties of things in the universe, about the kind of entities that are in the universe, and giving some kind of story about what's going on historically, such that such that this is the case, and it's the case such that we've arrived at reasons for believing it in virtue of this metaphysical stuff going on. And the question that I think got lost due to this, I think, irrelevant dive into how you, Ethan, want to define an account, that I don't really care. I just want to talk about the specific accounts. The question we left off at is like, well, what are these properties? But we both agree that a rock doesn't have properties in itself to obligate you to draw runes on it. I just don't think that a rock is the kind of entity that can have that kind of explanatory power. I've presented a story where God takes that role in our metaphysics. He's the one who has these properties. He's the one who legislates, if you will, the laws of logic. He's the one who designs human beings to be subjects of that law. And he's the one who has exemplified that law perfectly as rulers over human beings. It seems to me like he has all the relevant properties to explain why he's inherently worthy of devotion, but take all those away, and we're left with things like rocks, it seems to me. I don't know what it is about the causal singularity that gives it this privilege. At one point in the conversation, you said that your metaphysic of logic comes down to properties of the singularity. But I don't know what properties of some kind of you know, infinitesimal point in space, or whatever the causal singularity is supposed to be, I don't see how it's going to have properties that are different than physical properties like a rock or like Truthy's brain. So they, yeah, I mean, I at that point, where I think the conversation can progress would be one of two ways. Negatively, you could make an argument that God doesn't have those properties either, and that just leaves open the question of whether either of us has the right kind of metaphysics to explain the knowledge we have. Or you could just put forward the properties you think the causal singularity has that acts to counteract my symmetry breaker.
I mean, the what you're calling for there is basically just for me to try to keep intuition pumping you until you come to share my intuition that it has the right sort of properties. Um,
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true, right? So from my perspective, um, you've got some group of people and they
because
study
well, all you've
rocks.
given me to work with is that you've said it doesn't seem to you that there's a relevant difference. Now, when we first talked, you weren't too high on seemings, but now they seem to be the currency of the day. But
I'm just being okay. Let me clarify that real quick. So when I say like it seems like this, I'm trying to be polite and charitable and say, well, I'm not suggesting that you have no further reason to give, and so I'm inviting you to provide it. But it's not to suggest that I don't think this is just flat out nonsense impossible, right? Like, I mean, we're talking about things that aren't relevantly different than rocks. There's no other way to put it. But you're welcome to correct me on that if you think there's a property you can pinpoint that is somehow different than any other physical phenomena in the universe.
well, there's all sorts of properties that are trivially different. But it's uh, it's 4 a.m. right now, and I gotta go to work tomorrow, and I'm pretty tired. So, can we pick this up another time?
I would really appreciate that. If you want to have the last word, I invite it.
Oh no, it's fine though. I'll give it to you. I'm just gonna go to bed. I'll see you. Sorry.
Okay. Hey, I just want to say I really appreciate your. Oh, last bummer. Well, Truthy, tell him that Ethan is one of the best interlocutors I've gotten to engage with. Really, really like that guy. He's cool.
Yeah, I'll let him know. I'll let him know. Um, what I find hilarious about your interactions with him is that I'd say 8 out of 10 people just block him. So it's funny how you have these great conversations with him.
Hi,
That's really
thanks
weird.
for letting me come up again. And I was commenting in the text. If you wanted to read any of my texts, I found that your affinity for certainty or a monism of truth was, and then your kind of dismissal or like wave of hand away from like, well, whatever you're saying seems ultimately, as you aggregate your summary, as like, why, that's just absurd. And so I was busy in this polarity and a dissonance between the two of you. And I thought, what is it as these two stand their ground on a line, some separate line? And I was just wondering, like, maybe you could still man his position and then compare it to why it's you're held absurdity looking at it. That would be great if you could do that.
Uh, I can try. I can try. I will. I mean, I think it's fair for we don't have the same take on intuitions or seemings. I do think it's fair for um Ethan, and now it seems like this is part of what you're saying too, to say that Jimmy, and you can just call me Jimmy.
I'm just saying, are you calling him a liar? Is it burlesque or a pageant or some sort of false aesthetic, some
Not
sort
at
of
all.
mask? Okay, then go ahead.
No, not at all. I think he's perfect. I think that's one of the reasons I like talking with him is because he seems like one of the most honest,
But
unbelieving
then
interlocutors
doesn't that
that I can
intend
speak
to
with.
entail a contradiction then in this verses? Like, look, I'm not buying it. It's absolutely bullshit. But I'm not going to deny it because you're one of the more entangled or entertaining interlocutors. I mean, are you caught within some sort of like, hey, I found somebody that's smart and can interact and engage? Or are you a truth seeker? Are you one of these people that believe that your monism, your root, your tree is sharing an intersection? As I read his argument, right, sharing an intersection with his notion of like a mutable doubt, like an inverse opposite. Anyway, let go if you want to summarize, however you wanted to summarize what you think his argument was that you weren't buying. I mean, and then if there's any irony, feel free to point that out. Okay, I'll shut up.
Okay, I'm a little confused. So you're just to get your request straight, you're looking for me to steel man his argument?
Yeah, even if there's a bit of irony, yeah, still man it.
Yeah. So I think that, and that was what I was trying to do, but I wanted to preface this that even though we have different takes on what intuition are, I think when Ethan says that I find his view unintuitive, that's fair. That's fair. Like it just seems um, crazy to me that someone would suggest that through the means of empirical sciences like physics, where we have theoretical equations and stuff like that, we finally discovered in the 21st century uh, the God principle. You know, the thing that explains all the that sounds to me like um, not very different than what the Greeks were saying millennia ago, and
In their
we don't find
plurality versus the mono in the Greek plurality or pantheon versus the
no
monism. What are you
no
getting at
no
there?
no nothing like that. I can explain further, but let me continue real quick. So right, so that's why I find it unintuitive. That's at least one reason. I'm also a Christian, right? So I don't I have an
Oh,
angle, right? Like
Jesus
I believe in the
Christ.
gospel.
Jesus Christ, you're a Christian? Jesus Christ. Okay, back to you. Go ahead.
Well, yeah. So I have an angle, right? Like I have a motivation for these conversations. I'm not just
What,
enjoying
to convert the
philosophical.
plural into the mono? Like, hey, you might be a Greek pantheonist with plurality, but my reduced to three, or maybe one, or one in three. I'm a Christian.
I don't know about that, but I would just I'm just setting up my take with the fact that yeah, I
Okay,
think he's
back to
fair to say
still
that
Manning. I apologize for cutting you off. Go ahead. Just get aggregate it, summarize it, narrow it down the limit of lexicon to describe it, and shoot, you got the trigger. There you go.
Yeah. Well, so it seems to me like it's just inevitable that throughout human history, human beings have looked for explanations for the universe, and that's utterly fair. I can relate to the fact that Ethan takes value in the power of introspection, and there's certainly a lot to be said for what philosophers have been able to discover in the way of systematizing certain relations between concepts and the ways societies have used them and thought about them over the course of history. And on the other hand, analyzing definitions and ideas, thinking about how we talk about them, trying to come up with accurate and
Are you merely
coherent definitions.
an objectivist? Are you like an Ayn Rand fan, objectivist?
No, not at
Sorry.
all. No.
Okay, back to you. Go ahead, sorry, cut you off.
Yeah. So, but there's just a lot to be said in what he takes um, takes to be good sources of knowledge. I think they're good insofar as they go. Like I think they benefit from God's common grace. But I guess where I see the straw man, where I see the best representation of Ethan's thinking is that, hey, the universe kind of begs for explanation. We just kind of take it for granted that these various bits and pieces that we run into in the horizon of our experience call for some kind of thing that explains them and requires us to follow certain rules and thinking about them, and there's some kind of reason why we should think this way and not the other, and blah blah blah.
Are you talking about like slossing sin about and forgiveness relative to like projected future sin and like, well, God didn't want me to slosh my sin that far, especially beforehand, but He's going to forgive me. So you prefaced it, and then in another case, you're like post hoc. Like, oh, after the fact, dear God, let me just like appease the fact that you're also the forgiveness God after sin, even though I went into it knowingly but backwards so that I could close my eyelid on this bit of business and then reveal myself like upside down and turned around very post Maloney. Right,
Bruh.
justification. No, go ahead. Sorry, I cut you off. I was just waiting for you to cut me off. Okay, I'm going to shut up. I'm just
Is,
saying,
it,
still
is,
man,
this,
his argument.
is this guy on acid? Like, do you want to deal with this?
Oh man, dude, I have no idea what to say. I'm not understanding a word that I can say. Oh,
Bro, that was painful. This guy was like raging in the chat the whole time with nonsense. Where do they grow these people? Um, that was a great combo, man. It was really good. Um, I'm curious, like, I guess my question more about that conversation was like, seems to get there a lot, where like, both sides can say you're begging the question against my view. He doesn't, like, I don't know. What was your takeaway ultimately?
what was my takeaway? Yeah, so maybe like two things, right? So I think a problem is, and I'm stating my side, but I'm sorry. I just think it's brings clarity to the issue. I just don't think the Christian God is something like the things you study in physics. I take that to be kind of obvious, except for naturalist philosophers. And so you've got to be kind of clever and come up with arguments that don't just rely on saying, it's self evident, you fool. Right? I mean, that's just not going to work and it's not helpful and blah, blah, blah. So to some extent, I just think the problem is that, like, at some point, you can reach. I'm sorry, I got to roll up my car window because it's starting to rain. You can reach certain points in the conversation where there just isn't a symmetry to be found anymore. You've reached a really big symmetry breaker and there's nothing left to go to. And I think that may be why all that was left to critique were semantical issues, like what we mean by an account, which wasn't mysterious up until the point that it was being defined so abstractly, for example, or like somehow I felt that it was lost. The idea Ethan put forward of metaphysics um, being something to do about the Constitution, about the nature of this entity in the universe that causally controls a lot that's going on. I think that was kind of lost track of it at some point, and I was trying to get us back there over and over and over. So I felt like that was going on. For my part, um, I do use language idiosyncratically. I don't claim to be a philosopher, and I don't read a ton of contemporary philosophy in general, and I'm not reading a lot of the stuff that these guys are reading. So our languages that we use are going to be very different. I'm more reading like um, philosophy of religion and theological philosophy, and most of it's going to be in the tradition that I'm a part of, or something surrounding that. It's rare that I go into these other. So that to say, like, yeah, there is something of a language game to try to flesh out. There's something like trying to get to what the other person is saying that's lost in translation, so to speak. But I don't really see that that's the main issue. I just see that I think the argument that was given in the previous conversation, the one that we kind of picked up on here with a more specific example in metaphysics of logic is just like, hey, are there really substitutes for the Christian God where metaphysics of logic is concerned that preserve our knowledge of logical laws? And it just seems to me like, yeah, we're not seeing good symmetry between what the naturalist has to offer. So I mean, my take is like just to claim that I was right? But I mean, hey, I don't know what else to do there.
Oh, hey, how's it
There
going?
we go. What's up, man?
I'm just chilling. What were you saying about God having to do with laws of logic? What?
There's this conversation with Ethan where he wanted to say that there are parity arguments against Christianity, and he could even use his own take on epistemology, his own metaphysical account of knowledge as a parody. And so we started talking about his take, which he calls the light of reason. And we just used metaphysics of logic, like how the light of reason versus how the Christian God fit into knowledge of logical laws, and whether there's a symmetry there such that you could consider one a parody of the other. Something like that.
Yeah, what was it? It sounds like, is the connection supposed to be something epistemic or like metaphysical? It sounds like you're saying both, or I guess I got lost in what you were saying there.
Yeah, so
The connection between logical laws and, say, the Christian God.
yeah, so putting it, I mean, the conversation started off with Ethan saying he wanted to say classical logic, and I'm not wed to that. But yeah, like so, for my
Yeah, I'm
position,
definitely not.
cool, yeah. So for me, it's just going to be some kind of meta claim about logic that like whatever the laws of thought are, the reason we know them and can use them successfully and all that other good stuff is in virtue of God and His revelation, His control of the universe. And I think Ethan wanted to say that, like, when we talk about logical laws, we're not talking about, some kind of, we're not talking about something about like the way God thinks or the way He thinks we should think, but we're talking about something that correlates with or has to do with the nature of the causal singularity. So the causal singularity has some kind of logical properties, and those explain what we're talking about when we talk about laws of logic.
Yeah, that's strange to me. I mean, for me, there's different things that we might be trying to capture with like logical vocabulary. And broadly, when we think about laws of logic, I have one of two things in mind. Well, both really. You know, there are these principles, say, of truths. For example, that there's no truth such that its negation is also true. That's just another way of stating the law of non-contradiction. Now, whether that's correct or not depends on what the truths are like. Similarly, for other principles of that sort. The other sort of logical laws or principles that I would, consider relevant are consequence relations. So basically, the inference rules. And normally, we want inference rules that are truth preserving. Only whenever you put something true in, you get something true out. And which consequence relations we might talk about to satisfy that again depend on what the truths are like. And then you might ask, like, well, but what is a law of logic? I mean, we said that there's these like the law of non-contradiction, which sort of characterize what it says, but like ontologically, what is it? There, I'm just going to give the same response I do to on propositions and abstract objects generally. I'm kind of full-fledged nominalist on that. And then the further question is, well, how do we know about the laws of logic if we do? Well, to me, that's going to turn on somewhat how we're thinking about knowledge. But I'll tell you how I come to believe them, at least. You know, partly it's by reflecting on the claims that we're making, the various linguistic conventions and so on surrounding truth, and what counts as a proposition, because that's going to be relevant as well. And then trying to determine what things are like, what the sort of correct theories of the world are, looking for counterexamples and so on. The same way I would try to figure out anything else. There's maybe some limitations to like what principles or inference rules we can like infer, because some of those might be assumed by the sort of inference that we would have to make. So, that's just a limitation of that sort of procedure. But which beliefs I have about logic are true is, some fact about the world and which of them count as justified. Well, let's elucidate our notion of justification, and then if we can, try to check whether my beliefs satisfy that. I'm not so concerned with that, but I can talk about what I think the logical facts are and how I come to believe them.
Yeah, that's helpful. I think that it's funny. You mentioned like this navigation of social conventions as part of the way that you come to learn logic. I think it's funny because
That's
I think that's
integral.
true.
It's unavoidable.
Absolutely.
But
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think that's funny because I think that, that's one reason why I wouldn't take something like a naturalist account, because it just seems to me like, I need these social interactions to have meaningful consequences for knowledge. But it just seems to me like that's done away with if human beings go back several 100,000 years or whatever. If human beings are just animals, then it just seems like, and prior to animals, they're just lesser physical things and lesser physical things. You go all the way back, and it's just the story of physical things moving through space and coming to possess other physical properties at various times, like producing different sounds and looking like different shapes and all that sort of stuff. It seems to me like, hey, that's there's no longer a social reality there. Where did this come from? What's going on here? That we're talking about these social conventions. It just seems like those. I think of like Sartre, the way he would talk reductively about things. It just seems like you say that there's a table there, but really at this point it just comes down to there's a bunch of molecules appearing brownly that sit in a certain structure, and you are socially influenced to talk about it with the utterance table. And even that, like talking, even that's kind of just saying that there's a bunch of brain things going on, and there's this utterance that comes out. Like, oh, we've got our physical mechanisms left, and whence the social reality? Where were those meaningful interactions between human beings that we saw a moment ago that were producing better knowledge and successful communication and all of that?
well, that's a part of the world. The human beings are there, having various experiences or interacting, communicating. All the social reality, I think, is real, and more or less. There's things that people might think exist that I don't, but broadly, yeah. The I don't think the more or less naive common sense picture of ourselves in the world is wrong. I just don't think that it's inconsistent with a. Well, I don't use the term naturalist. I don't think it's really well defined, but broadly, the sort of picture that someone who would affirm that label would affirm. I don't think that's incongruent. Of course, the project is maybe showing how they would be compatible. How can you have consciousness in a world of, say, matter and fields and so on? How can you have elections in a world of in a physical world? Those things might seem at odds. I mean, this is a different issue. I don't think they are at odds, and that's something to be explored. But the thing that I was saying about why I think that reflecting on the conventions is integral is because it's sort of needed to specify the question. So recall one of the logical laws, say the law of non-contradiction, right? Where for any proposition, any true proposition, it's not such that its negation is true. Now, um, we're going to have to reflect on, well, what exactly are we counting as a proposition? Um, like that's something that's going to be determined in part, at least in part, maybe entirely by the like our social and linguistic conventions there, and people have different views of what things are going to count as propositions. Like I talked with Michael Humer has this view that most of the utterances we make, that like sound like assertions, aren't actually expressing a proposition because all propositions are actually perfectly precise, and a lot of our language is just vague, and so it doesn't specify a unique proposition, and so it fails to express one. Um, I mean, that seems. And then you have people on the other side. Well, no, those count as legitimate propositions. And the dispute here might be a matter of, well, convention. What are we going to count as a proposition? But also, on the different conventions, you're going to get different logical facts. I want to say that on the convention that would count all of these vague sentences propositions, I'm going to reject the law of excluded middle. I think that can be kind of shown. But if you don't do that, then maybe that can be preserved, because not all these things aren't going to count as propositions, and so the fact that there's one of them that isn't true or false isn't going to be a counterexample to law of excluded middle, no less than a rock not being true or false won't be a counterexample because, I mean, that's just a category mistake.
Yeah, would you
Yeah.
put it that there's like a semantic, there's a correlated semantic question? Oh, gosh, oh Lord, I can't speak. There's a semantic question. Would you put it this way, that there's a semantic question that is correlated to the gaps and gluts type questions and other
Hmm.
related stuff in logic? Wouldn't you say that like those are like the way you want to talk about semantics of logic is essential to how you want to talk about anything to do with logic itself, really?
Yeah. Well, um, it's just it's, it's going to be controversial, but for me, it's kind of a basic point that like, oh, we have this claim that um, there are no two true propositions, one of which is the negation of the other. Right. That's another way of stating again the non-contradiction. Well, uh, what things are we counting as propositions? Right. Exactly. That can be a matter of
What's negation?
disagreement. Sorry.
What's I'm adding to like the point you're making, right? Like what's negation? It's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah. So negation and what's truth, right? That's fair to ask as well. And I mean, some of the answers we might give on, well, okay, maybe some deflationary, some correspondence. Some of that might not bear on these disputes about logical principles, but some of it will. And certainly the thing about what we're counting as a proposition, I think will. So because that fixes the things that we're talking about when we say that there can't be one which, a true proposition which is the negation of another true proposition. So when assessing or trying to assess the status of these logical laws or alleged logical laws, that's to me part of the procedure. That's part of what I would reflect on. Let's kind of fix the
yeah,
things that we're talking about, and then try to determine it.
yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. I think where you and I have come to disagreements in the past, it seems to me, is that
The normative questions, I think, largely.
oh for sure, oh for sure. Well, but I think too like what, so that's kind of maybe like more related to those particular domains like logic or metaphysics of logic or something like that. But
Hmm.
then like there's the semantic correlate, which is like, well, are there like these non-negotiables? Are there like semantic universals or some kind of, ultimate common ground that has something to do with language where we so I think like that might be,
Hmm.
I don't actually know for sure, but I wonder like do you think that there are certain conventions or some kind of psychology that's common to
Yeah,
man?
well, I think there like existing conventions can change over time, but they're not so elastic that like someone can propose any change and like we wouldn't say okay, you're just talking about something else. Like if someone came around and started saying, oh, well, I'm including rocks as the sort of things that can be propositions, and now let's assess the law of excluded middle. Well, rocks aren't either true or false, and so clearly that's not going to fit with the. I mean, there's some disagreement and ambiguity in what we're counting as a proposition, but that's not in the way that the conventions currently are. That's not going to be one of those things that's like potentially included. So, would I
Would
characterize
you
that as some
agree?
sort of universal semantic fact? No, I don't know what exactly that would involve, but I'm just saying that there's as the conventions currently are, that's just not uh, um, on the table as potentially part of that category, if that makes sense.
Yeah, let
Um,
me put it another way. Do you think that what you just said, because I agree with what you just said, right? So like, yeah, rocks don't,
yeah,
not appropriate entities to posit
as a
stat.
proposition, or that
Exactly.
can be true or false. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not truth functional. Okay. Do you think that kind of reality that we're describing there about semantics is
Mm.
metaphysically conditioned? Like, is there something going on? What is going on there in the world? Is it merely that there's this hypothetically elastic game that we're playing with language, but at any given point on that elastic stream of conventions that develop historically, at any point on that stream, you and I are somewhere in the river and we can see where we are and we can move around each other and kind of speak that way. But with respect to the whole, it can just kind of go anywhere it wants. Or would we say that, or do you want to say that like there's something about rocks too? There's something actually about the world where you know there may even be like an infinite amount of variety to semantics and conventions and all of that, but nevertheless it'll be an infinite that's contained by the kind of metaphysical conditions that are set up by what rocks are and stuff like that. Like, is there some level of realism going on there, or do you think it's entirely tied back to just a stream of social conventions, or do you want to say
Uh,
something else entirely?
well, I mean, there's like stuff exists. So, like, look, on a particular, uh, you know, semantics or like set of linguistic conventions for talking about or for making claims and describing things and whatever. Um, you know, there are facts about things. When we say there are rocks, we have sort of enough in mind uh, when we say that for it to be truth functional, like it's true. Now there might be, uh, it turns out that maybe in the future people use those sounds to make other claims. Okay, but I'm just saying that on this particular semantics, uh, you know, given what I mean by rock, roughly speaking, it's going to be somewhat vague. There are rocks. That's a fact about the world, not just about the semantics. Um,
Yeah,
so maybe is there something more you were getting at?
yeah. Well, it seems like so, so I'll just be upfront. Like, it's really late for me, and I don't know how many hours we spent arguing, me and Nathan, but I'm not going to spend that long, but
Was it
maybe
really
just
that long?
I think it
I'm
was
sorry,
like
I missed it.
an hour and a half at least.
Oh, okay.
Vincent or Truthy can tell me how long it actually was. I don't actually know.
Yeah, somewhere around there. Replays are on though, so that's cool.
Oh, he doesn't usually come into rooms when this replays are on. Just
I like him. Both of you guys are cool in my book. I like both of you guys. So yeah, just to poke at you a little bit though, maybe see how because
yeah, go ahead. I don't mind.
okay, all right. So I guess like and going back to like how it relates to what Ethan was saying, I guess the kind of thing I want to say is that like, hey, you know what? The kind of entities. Sorry, I gotta make sure my cigar doesn't go out. The kind of entities that we are discovering alongside rocks, like that whole domain of knowledge, seems to be, and I'm looking for any word you want to use. I'm not trying to shove
Sure.
words. Seems to me out of bounds with respect to locating metaphysics of propositions. Like it just seems to me like the natural world as we conceive of it today, in terms of the study of certain sciences like physics, chemistry, biology, those things don't give us um, knowledge about questions like what are propositions, except in terms of like examples of the very concept we're invoking. And so when we go to do questions like, what is a proposition?
Mhm.
What I want to say to Ethan is like, and I think to you too, is like, hey, I just don't think physical things are going to do justice to the metaphysics of logic, or or like explaining what an entity is or something like that. And I think that's kind of reason why I'm not a naturalist. And again, to be fair, like you know me,
Yeah.
we've talked about some of this stuff before. Like I think
Yeah.
that's kind of embedded in the same reasons I have for rejecting this view are also like reasons I have for preferring Christian take on like what propositions are and stuff like that. Like
Yeah.
I'm not an Andersonite. Like
Yeah.
I don't use it, but I would be close. I think I'd be pretty close to like, hey, I do think like I think these entities have something special to do with like God's thoughts. I don't think they are God's thoughts, but I think Anderson is kind of
He might be
closing.
onto something. Yeah.
He's onto something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, I kind of like Anderson, although obviously I don't share many of his views. It's an interesting thought. Now, just on propositions, I guess there would be. I'll just list like three views. The third one is just going to be my actual view. Um, well, if I were sort of this, I did affirm propositions in this like robust sense, I would just be some sort of Platonist. Um, I suppose probably. Of course, that's not my view. Um, Another approach, which is a bit complicated, is to think that propositions are in some way um, part of our mental lives. I'm not necessarily just saying some sort of conceptualist view, but I don't know there's a few different complicated views, including some of the like, um, well, like Soames' adverbial view. It's a certain activity of minds, and those activities can take place in different minds and count as the same proposition, something like that. It's not my view either, but maybe there's something to explore there. For me, I would just say on that, like, okay, there might be these things that you're describing about our minds. If they are, and you want to call those propositions, maybe sure, I guess. Whether they are the sort of things that are playing the role in our normal talk, proposition talk, that's another matter. Whether they can play the roles required, normally taken to be required of those things, is another matter. But well, there's some, I think legitimate philosophy to be done there. But in reality, I'm actually just a nominalist. I don't think, strictly speaking, there are propositions, but all the same, I'm fine with. Not only fine with, I find it quite useful to engage in this sort of talk, even though it's, in some sense I might be saying things that are strictly speaking false. That's entirely fine with me. I think that's that happens all the time, and I don't like. I'm not someone who's oh, we've got to, if numbers don't exist and propositions don't exist and whatever doesn't exist, we need to expunge that, like those claims and that language from our discourse. No, I'm fine with um, using it as a sort of useful fiction if you want, or maybe not even recognizing it, thinking about it as a fiction, just using it, because although, say, some scientific theory we might have might commit to things that don't exist, like propositions, I don't think it's a problematic feature of that scientific theory that it does so. And similarly, I don't think it's a problematic feature of our discourse around propositions that propositions don't exist, because um, the um, things that we're saying and the claims that we might make and the theories that we might develop are still quite useful for accounting for other things like our linguistic behavior and carving up the world and whatever. I'm not really giving a really substantial description of the view here, but I guess I'm just kind of gesturing at some of the ideas involved.
This so it's actually you're jogging my memory, right? So one of the ideas that you put forward, I remember we had a long argument about it. You tell me if this is relevant to what you're saying, because I'm getting like, oh yeah, this seems to make sense of a lot of what Troy is putting forward on the table right now. You have this view where, like, the kind of, for lack of maybe the best term, the kind of practices that are going on when we have this talk of proposition is the kind of thing where we can it strikes me as like a quasi-realism that you want to put forward. We're like, hey, we can act, we can think about these things hypothetically. We're like, we can act like, if it were true that there's these universals, or if it were true that there are these propositions or something like that, then we can reason this way. And it seems like there's a triviality there in that we don't need to actually posit the entities, because maybe there are some kind of independent reasons or something for thinking that the patterns are legitimate, or the practices are legit. And then we can await like some further explanation if need be. It's like a provisional view. Is that accurate at all?
Part of that was close. So yeah, um, so part of the thought is that say, I mean, I gave the example of mathematical objects, but that's kind of the same. Like, we could talk about propositions, and it may turn out that our various claims that we make, things that we commit to, do assume the existence of like mathematical objects, or proposition is like things, propositions as the entities, and those commitments we make might be wrong, because I mean, on my view, they would be wrong when we make them, because there are no such things. I mean, leaving aside, well, I'm not going to. I'll skip over that for now. So, but the point is that those aspects of our commitments, that work, the existence of abstract propositions or numbers or whatever, to me aren't like important aspects of them. So my commitment to some scientific theory, for example, some physical theory, whether, suppose it does commit to the existence of numbers, yeah, it's like, if it turns out that the theory is otherwise true, right? It gets everything else right about the things we might observe, the way things evolve in the world, whatever, but it gets it wrong because it's strictly speaking false because it commits to the existence of numbers, and numbers don't exist. That's the sort of thing that I don't really care about. Like, it's like, I don't think the theory is really any less useful because of that fact. Another way to put it is that for all the respects in which like I care about the truth of the theory. I mean, I might care about the whether or not like numbers exist, but I mean, not really that much as a matter of like for scientific purposes. Um, all the respects that I care about, the theory gets it right. All the observations we might make, the way things evolve, and so on. So I don't know if I gave you the example where like suppose God, like suppose they don't exist. There aren't any numbers or propositions. Um, we'll talk about propositions for now, but it's the same point with either one. Suppose there aren't propositions, and so a lot of our talk about like the proposition that snow is white, supposing that assumes the existence of this thing, that proposition. Okay, that's strictly speaking false, but we can. There's still all sorts of purposes that we're gonna for which that talk is going to be used. And we might be able to. It's going to enable us to make a lot of, uh, predictions about things we might observe. Because if someone says I'm like, someone asserts a proposition, well, that might, if we like accept it, we think it's correct, then we're going to have a set of like expectations about the world, and we can have those expectations in response to their utterance, regardless whether we or they are right about there being this existing thing, that proposition. So there are respects in which the proposition talk is sort of useful, kind of gets things right. To me, it's not really the whether or not there actually exists that entity. So, same way with the scientific theory or physical theories and mathematical objects. If God then made, it's like God decides, let's make propositions today. You know, then strictly speaking, our commitments to said things are true in the same way that they would be true if our scientific theories would be strictly speaking true, assuming they were otherwise true, when God decides to make the mathematical entities, like numbers and so on. But like nothing of practical relevance changes, right? It seems
This
to
is
me.
no. You know what's funny is so it makes me think of like the occasionalist debates in Christendom, because I mean, or like to give a to
Yeah.
me, like the way I would think about what you're saying. You may not like this, but the way I think about what you're saying is like imagine you've got uh, authors who are working together to write a book, and they write this whole series of some kind of fantasy world. People, like a Game of Thrones type thing,
Sure.
and both the authors die, but then later on, people find some of their writings about their own books, kind of like with Tolkien, and they find
Hmm.
this conflicting account. One author is like talking about how the pantheon of gods in this world like created propositions, and like everybody's thinking in terms of like this divine law that's set by this pantheon. And the other guy is like a total nominalist and is just saying, this is just the way people form concepts, and it comes back to this art of describing things, and these conventions that arise that are somehow interacting with the world around them in some appropriate way, right? And then you kind of scratch your head, going like, well, why should I think that the one author's theory is true? Or like even the stronger question, like why should I think that the divine proposition thing is even necessary to understanding this work? And it seems like you're saying kind of a similar thing with like, hey man, you might have God creating propositions, but you could even just have God there and be a nominalist, and it really doesn't make a difference. There's just some kind of way of accounting for this stuff that's indifferent to that question.
Yeah. Well, kind of. Yeah. I guess I would agree with all that. Like, part of the thought is that um, I mean, this is a normal view. I mean, maybe you or some people don't have this sort of view, but on the normal view of propositions as like existing entities, they're they're not part of the physical world. They don't interact with the physical world, really. Maybe they don't interact with anything, but at least they don't interact with the physical world. And so, like, I'm never gonna, bump into an abstract object anyway. One's not gonna be somehow like show up in my mind, whatever that would mean exactly. We might think that those abstract objects are things that we can affirm somehow, or that they can be true, but still, they exist not in this physical world. Now, I think just sticking with like the physical theory example, we may have physical theories that entail like the existence of such things, abstract objects. Maybe you do the whole Quinian thing about, well, what does the theory quantify over when you perform this procedure? And it turns out that numbers, they're sort of ineliminable from the theory. Or maybe you can eliminate them, but we are committed to them anyway. Well, okay, if those numbers don't really exist, because there isn't this, spaceless, timeless entity, the number 5 and so on, then, okay, the theory is false, strictly speaking, because, part of the commitments it makes are wrong. But the theory could be right in all other respects. It could correctly predict the way things are going to, like what sort of things exist in the universe, how they evolve, that sort of thing. And that's the features of the theory that I kind of care about. Because, like, you could imagine God bringing the mathematical objects in and out of existence, and our physical theories would vacillate between being true and false, whether those things existed, what God had done that day.
The blipping
but it's like
mathematical objects.
Right. But it's like, maybe you think that God wouldn't do this, or maybe you think that propositions like somehow necessarily exist, whatever that would involve. But I don't know, if you think that there are these objects, propositions, this seems at least conceivable to me, that they're, they could exist and then not exist. This might get a bit tricky if we're thinking of them as timeless, but whatever. This is just for illustrative purposes. You don't even have to imagine this as taking place at one world. You can just imagine 2 possible worlds, one in which they do exist and one in which they don't. And the difference between, if ours is the one in which they don't, the difference between our world and that other world, which has like the same stuff going on in the universe. We've developed all the same theories. We have all the same beliefs and have done all the same things. But there's a difference with whether the abstract objects exist, like numbers. The theories that we've developed are scientific theories that commit to those things, or whatever theories we might have, say our mathematical theories, whatever. They're, strictly speaking, false, and our counterparts, when they've developed them, they're strictly speaking true, because, at their world there are numbers and ours there aren't. So, but, like, for me, I don't see why I would be, like, really any worse off in coming to these conclusions. Like, yeah, okay, this theory is, strictly speaking, false, but it's false about something that is sort of irrelevant to what I'm trying to capture about the world. My scientific theory is trying to capture facts about the stuff going on in the universe, how things evolve, whatever, certain laws, natural laws. And if you get something wrong about whether there's these like abstract objects that don't interact at all with that world, I might be interested in that, whether those things exist or whether the theory is right in that regard. But if it isn't, then okay, so it gets that wrong, but it gets all the things I kind of care about, like, scientifically right. Someone else might really care about that aspect of the theory, but I don't, at least. And the point is that we can have Um, uh, well, in a way, you can read a lot of what I'm saying here as a response to like indispensability arguments, you know, for mathematical objects. Uh, yeah, perhaps they are indispensable to our best theories, and okay, those theories are strictly speaking false. um, I'm not necessarily committed to the truth of everything that theory entails. I am perhaps committed to certain entailments of the theory, you know, especially the sort of physical things that it commits to and how it says they evolve over time, that sort of thing. Whether it gets its abstract object stuff right, I don't know. That's not really the stuff I care about when I'm employing that theory. So if it gets that wrong, fine. But I'm still happy to, um, yeah, use this theory, talk on it. And same with talk about propositions. Might get something wrong. Maybe there are no propositions, but that sort of discourse might still be quite useful, even if there's some aspect of which is wrong.
Yeah, it seems to me that if so the thing that I wanna poke at is like, hey, it seems to me like no matter in order to get the entailments you want, there's gonna have to be some thing you're gesturing at. And so the indispensability argument might not convince you that some of the entities are real, but surely like you for example, you might not believe that like there's a proposition that rocks exist.
Hmm.
In order to believe that rocks exist, even though you may talk about it that way, and even though there may be people around who actually believe that in order to make sense of their beliefs about rocks. But the question is like, okay, well, what is non-negotiable to reach that entailment? Like, what are the things basic to that kind of belief? And what I want to poke at is like, hey, I don't think that things like the naturalist or like if you're the physicalist variety, whatever's going to go on. I mean, obviously you're not if you're a Platonist. That would be kind of weird.
Hmm.
But I want to know what's going on that this biblical God character is dispensable. That's the key thing where it's like to me like yeah, I think once you do have uh Christianity, like then you seem to come into an array of reasons why you wouldn't be a nominalist. But like if you're just starting at the Christian God and you're
Yeah.
considering that and you haven't gotten to those reasons yet, you might be a Christian nominalist. Okay, but how could you be a non-Christian nominalist? Like how does this get off the ground with us saying, we can meaningfully and accurately talk about rocks and we can talk about how um, certain theories about propositions about those rocks can hold for the sake of the entailments, even if they're strictly speaking, like you said, false. Like, what is going on there that does away with all these things? What are we still holding on to, so to speak, that's keeping those entailments?
Uh, so to be clear, are you asking um, like in a way sort of analogous to the physical theory example? What's the like that get a lot of predictions right about like what we would observe and the things that exist in the world, even if it gets the existence of like numbers wrong. Um, that's the kind of stuff we're holding on to in that theory. Um, the existence, the right predictions and so on. What is the stuff that we're holding on to in our talk about propositions? Is that like the question, or I don't know if I said that clearly.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and like the key thing here is that like okay, in all of our talk about propositions and all of our talk about rocks and in all of our talk about scientific theories, presumably there's some kind of explanation that we can give why we still get all the entailments right, or we get all the right entailments right. We get some of these
Yeah.
entailments that are important right, even though strictly speaking, the theory about uh, universals or the theory about propositions or mathematical objects, whatever it is wrong. And it's like, well, okay, but that would make sense. Like I would find that very plausible if there's like some explicit concrete content that we can enlist that explains why those things are right. Why I can know that a rock is gonna make a knocking noise when I hit it, and why it makes sense to say that it's hard, even though it's not expressing some commitment to a proposition or something like that, or why it does count as viable in some sense, even though my commitment to a proposition is falsified. Like, what is going on there then?
Yeah, so I guess I'm still not so sure on what the question is, but I'll say a couple things and tell me if I'm saying something relevant. I do think that a lot of there's a lot of purposes I think we get out of, um, you know, discourse involving, proposition talk, even if propositions, strictly speaking, don't exist. Um, One thing will that is useful for is, um, well, talking about claims that people make. People make utterances, um, and there's sort of useful ways to talk about those. And talking about when someone else makes the same claim. Well, that uh, a very useful way to talk about that, to say that, to express that idea, although I don't think a necessary one, is to use this strictly speaking fictional proposition talk. Now, how that can be so useful even when the they aren't real, that's a bit would take a bit more to explain. But
That's
I
exactly
think
what I'm
that's one of the uses. Yeah. So is that what you're looking for? Like maybe more of an explanation there?
Yeah, right. Because because here's the thing, right? So for me, like, um, that's what I'm trying to that's what I'm trying to preface before about like how Christianity fits into my thinking about propositions. Like on the one hand, like I understand something of why some Christians are nominalists, and to me, it's like,
Mm.
hey, if you're at this point in your theology, or if you're reasoning in such and such fashion, I can see why you wouldn't think propositions are necessary. But I think um, the role that God would still play, presumably in your outlook on the world, is still going to allow you to make sense of it, even though, right, like what you said before, your theory is strictly false. Like if you're a nominalist, hey, strictly speaking, it's not right because there are these propositions running around. But because I think the person is still behaving in the right way, they're still thinking about things the right way. I think what's sort of anchoring them to um, the right way of talking, the right way of thinking, which in fact turns out to be propositions are real, is there's this God character. But now, like, okay, we take him out of the picture. There's no God character. Propositions, we'll just say they don't exist for the sake of talking about nominalism. Okay, but now what is doing the job that we thought propositions, or if you're a Platonist, or God was doing before? Like, what is playing the role of making our talk veridical?
Oh well, a lot of our talk isn't vertical, because there aren't those things on this view. But the point is that, um, yeah, the talk that commits to the existence of these things, propositions, while false, um, might still be useful in a lot of ways, which is what I kind of started talking about. There's other things that uh, would be relevant there too, regarding the like function and use. So now, one response to this is to say, well, if they're false, I'm just going to not talk in that way. I'm not going to, talk in this way, which commits me to something that doesn't exist because, I don't want to assert falsehoods, maybe, That's one response. And we could say that. But when we do that, I think we miss out on a lot of useful ways uh, to talk. And it doesn't just have to be that it's, uh, you know, true in all respects. It might be false in some respects, but it's still a very useful way to talk. And, um, well, it might be able to make us help us make other correct statements and predictions and so on. in the same way that it would in the mathematical case. Continuing to use these scientific theories that wrongly commit to abstract objects might be the right, like pragmatically speaking, the right way to go, because um, you know uh,
Do you think?
the stuff that we care about is yeah. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but so the more and more I'm understanding this, it's like this kind of strikes me as like taking the move the instrumentalist makes about
Hmm.
scientific theories up to metaphysical realms. And at that point, my concern is just to use a very, very practical. I'm sure there are more and more and more examples you can use that get further and further abstract. But like to use a very practical example, it seems to me that like there's a certain proportionality between pragmatic value or like the instrumental role some way of thinking has toward my goals and um, aletheia. This is some kind of aim at the truth or some kind of correspondence to
Yeah,
the way things are, something like that. So like if I think my um, truck is running on orange juice, then the problem is my planning is probably voiding some exceptions. My planning is going to be, dang it, I'm out of gas. I got to go to the store to buy some orange juice,
well, I
right?
want
Like,
my car start.
yeah, well, like
Um,
exactly, right? Like, it just seems like, hey, if you start
yeah,
applying this thinking across the board, like surely that's not what you're suggesting, right? Surely you're going
right.
to say there's some kind of way
Well,
of like singling out how some truths are kind of avoid this. They have like some kind of special status, and that like, well, you know,
yeah, yeah. No, this is a very good point. And for me, I'm not going to speak for everyone here because people can have different, goals surrounding these things. But I think a lot of people are going to share this to some degree. I have a variety of different aims. You know, some of those are concerning truths. I want to figure certain facts out. Maybe I want to avoid, believing falsehoods, especially on certain matters that are of practical relevance, um, like the gas in the car and so on. Um, but I have other aims that are just, not the sort of doxastic aims. I want to be able to drive places. I want to be able to make reliable predictions. I want to be able to have a theory of the world which is like serves my purposes. Say a physical theory. If I'm trying to figure out, say I was trying to figure out the way the planets are gonna, their motion is going to evolve in time. Well, I might employ some, um, like physical theory. Say I don't know, something like broadly. Maybe I employ um, general relativity. Now, the, it might be that when I do so, um, I am using and perhaps committing to a theory which is in some respects false, and so strictly speaking false because it quantifies over mathematical objects and those things don't exist. Now, so I have a little bit of a tension here, right? On one hand, um, I'm trying to avoid false beliefs, and maybe I want to believe correctly about um, these theories, but also I want to have a theory that's useful in a certain regard, enables me to um, infer certain facts, say about the planet and so on. And the way that I found to do that um, goes against that first goal. The way that I've found to do that ends up, committing to something which is wrong. So, on like, what am I going to do? What I would say is that, like, on balance, it depends on how strong my various commitments are to these things. So I might really care about getting these predictions right, and care less about whether theory I commit to or use to infer them get something wrong, get something else wrong, say the existence of these mathematical objects. So, and broadly, I think like non-epistemic goals, um, you know, goals regarding some of our other aims, apart from like our beliefs and so on and other attitudes, can for me be like stronger. Like I could be more strongly committed to those, and so it could turn out that the actions or attitudes which are most in line with my goals, on balance, are going to be things which kind of go against certain like epistemic principles. Maybe the best thing to do here, the right thing to do in terms of my goals, is to just use or accept this scientific theory, which is strictly speaking false. And that because the non-doxastic, that's not the right way to put it. The other use of that theory, for me, carries more weight. I care more about using it for that other end than about avoiding, affirming the falsehoods that it entails. So I don't know if I expressed that very clearly, but the point is that, yeah.
Well, it sounds like that you're. It sounds like that your aims are kind of hierarchical, and they can be
It can be
informed.
conflicting in a way.
Yeah, and their conflictions can actually guide you in a way that leads to higher order fulfillment of your aims. So, like if you had an aim to believe things that are true, or avoid error, however you want to put it. If you have this aim to think in a way that's alethically aimed, then you might go about fulfilling these lower order aims and come to find out that there's some kind of conflict, and that'll actually better inform you of the instruments that you need for the bigger goal, which is just having more true beliefs and less false ones, or something like that. Is that
Yeah,
roughly?
yeah, I think so. So I can give what I think is a really obvious example, which is that suppose I found myself in this, well, really strange scenario where I could save my life and maybe all of humanity, but only if I violate some epistemic aim, right? Maybe I come I you know believe against sorry, I believe something contradictory, or
You're like, I have to
I
pray to
come to
God.
believe something false. Yeah, I have to pray to God.
Right.
Or maybe it's that I have to believe in God. I'm not wholly against the sort of idea behind the sort of Pascalian wager. So if it turned out that you know these were my options, right? Come to have this sort of belief, or violate this kind of epistemic aim or rule that I'm otherwise normally committed to, or I normally follow. Um, well, I care less about you know maintaining my satisfaction of that rule than I do about saving humanity. So I'm going to try as best I can to to violate that rule, or to do the thing that would be required in this case to save humanity. And that's an extreme example, where I think the calculus is quite obvious, but there are, and of course we don't find ourselves in that case. There are other cases which are, the details are different and there's a difference in degree, but the idea is basically the same. I have other aims that are going to, the satisfaction of which may involve going against some epistemic or doxastic aim, but because I'm more committed to satisfying this other aim, well, so much for that aim, at least on this instance. That the doxastic aim, at least on this instance. You know, I'm gonna use some false theory, maybe affirm it. Uh, right, fine, because my doings and like all on its own, like because I want to avoid false beliefs. I would say no. I'm you know all else equal, I don't want to do that. It's not like in line with my aims here. But because of this other fact, that violating it would help satisfy some stronger aim that I have. Say, I think the example was being able to correctly predict the motions of the planets. Like maybe that's the sort of thing that I need to do to determine whether some asteroid was going to result in some cataclysmic event, and that was like really important to me for figuring out whether that was true. And the best way I had to do that was by using or affirming some, strictly speaking, false scientific theory, because it commits to the existence of numbers. I'm going to do that because that's my stronger aim here. That's like my stronger desire. Not to say that I don't have, um, various true aims and avoid false aims. It's just that they can sometimes be overwhelmed by other aims. Um, I just like the way and you might want to say, well, in some sense that's irrational, or in some sense your view is like wrong. Well, it might be wrong in some kind of trivial sense that I would be affirming something incorrect. And it might be irrational in some sense or another. Like maybe it turns out that I contradict myself when I do this. Maybe I'm um, believing contrary to my evidence, whatever exactly we want to think about that. That might be correct, but that irrationality, I may consider that a cost. Right? I might normally want to avoid that, but on the whole, I may still be. It may still be such that the action or the course of action which best satisfies my desires or my commitments here is going to be this one which is irrational in that sense. So I would be fine with that. Not only would I be fine with that, I would say that's that's what I want to do. If you say that, like, oh, but you really shouldn't do that in some sense. Well, I don't know. Maybe I don't care about what I quote unquote should or shouldn't do in that sense. I'm thinking about what's uh, very kind of practically. What are my various aims here, and how do I think I can best satisfy them? And the action
Right.
or the beliefs which do that might be those that are irrational in some other sense.
Yeah, I think that's one of the areas where, so like it's funny you brought up normativity like
Yeah.
toward the beginning of the conversation is like something we really butt heads about. But this is like a related issue to me where like it seems to me like there's a really big problem if human desires and aims are not naturally ordered so that they're always constrained by rational principles of some kind. So like if there's scenarios where my if my commitments of like the highest order, like I want to love other people, is at
Mm.
odds with being rational, whatever that constitutes, right? Or following epistemic norms or whatever it
Right.
is, right? Seems to me like that's going to lead to really bad skeptical scenarios, because then maybe it's just the case that my desires and aims are so out of order with rationality that when I go back to think about them, I'm already doomed by my own aims to think about them wrongly, and so I'm just hopelessly confused at the outset. And it's kind of an objectivity problem, right? Like I can go
Yeah.
back and I can look at these. We suppose that we can go back and we can look at these motivations that we have in ourselves, and we introspect on what we want to accomplish in our intellectual lives. But it seems to me like all of that is kind of taking for granted that we're doing this according to certain rules about how we should think, or something like that, or certain facts about um, which type of thinking is ethically aimed, or however you want to put it. There's rational principles there, and it seems to me like, hey, if when we talk about rational principles, it really terminates in some kind of instrument of more basic uh, goals, which have automatically have desires behind them,
Hmm.
then those goals and desires are sort of irrational. They sort of precede any kind of rational law. They exist outside the sphere of rationality. But that's the kind of motivations and aims that control everything else. So if those could be outside the sphere, how do I ensure that anything that I am thinking is inside the sphere at all?
Yeah. So a few things, some complicated issues here, but it's good stuff. So one thing that I would say is that, well, I don't want to get into a discussion on, well, what are the requirements for knowledge, and what do we think about like skeptical scenarios generally. Um, I think you know some of my thoughts on that, but if you don't or forget, I mean, we could talk about that. So I'm not going to discuss um, something that's like comes up with general epistemological epistemic questions and skeptical scenarios generally, because this is just in that regard, this is just another case of that. So, but the question of rationality. Well, what about the concern that I'm my desires, which and like various thinking is so far removed somehow from um, rationality or truth aim or whatever that um, well, I'm just like I get things like radically wrong. um, well, on one hand, I mean, maybe I can't rule that out to some degree. Uh, you know, again, this is going to come back to the certain things about skeptical scenarios. But on the other hand, I may just say like, so what? um, I don't necessarily want to go full like radical pragmatist here, but that that might be sort of a consequence of how I'm thinking about some of these things. Like, yeah, okay. I mean, I have certain aims, some truth aims, for example, and try to believe and update my beliefs in a way that accords with the truth, or at least that which I can best expect to be the truth, given my what I have access to, experiences and so on. But I could get that wrong. That's it's like it's at least consistent that I get that wrong some of the time. I certainly get it wrong some of the time, and maybe I get it wrong a lot of the time. There might be some like um, you know conceptual problem with the claim that you get it wrong all the time. Um, maybe you're familiar with some of this Putnam style stuff, but suppose I could. It is coherent to suppose that I could get it wrong all the time. Yeah, I mean that's just going to be another uh, like logical possibility that in some sense, perhaps I can't rule out. But that's just to point out that there's this. It's like pointing out just any other skeptical scenario for which there's no way to show or non-circular way to infer that I don't face that scenario. And I mean, I'm okay with that. I guess I don't. I guess I don't really care about that. That's not so much anyway. Like I suppose if it were possible to do such a thing, or I could rule that sort of thing out, maybe I would want to try to do that. But it's not something I really care about that much anyway. So if it turns out that on our account of knowledge, whatever we're using the term knowledge to capture, I don't count as knowing that my aims make it such that I'm radically oriented away from the truth or into irrationality, or in some sense of irrationality. Um, so be it. I don't count as knowing that. Maybe there's no way for me or anyone in principle to know that sort of thing in that sense of no. That's like, I'm still going to do the things that I do, update my beliefs in the way that I do, try to satisfy, or at least I take myself to be trying to satisfy my desires in the best way that I can. Well, sometimes more effectively than others. But I'm still what I'm going to do. And the fact that we have this category of knowledge and some of my beliefs regarding those, some of my commitments here don't count as quote unquote knowledge in that sense. Okay. I mean, I'm not really so much concerned about that. So I don't know if you want to consider this as sort of, I don't know how you construe this sort of view, but it's almost I don't know if deflationary about some of these concerns is the right way to put it, but pragmatist maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm like,
but maybe you see what I'm getting.
yeah. Well, to be honest, like this whole time in the back of my mind, I'm like, I'm trying not to call Troy a pragmatist, but I really don't know how else to conceive it.
Well, because it's not really, because look, there's a lot about my approach to things which are very like pragmatic. I have various aims, and what I'm when I'm going around trying to kind of guide my behavior, and deliberate, update my beliefs, and act, and so on. I'm doing it in a really pragmatic way. But on the other hand, I'm not a pragmatist about truth, and I'm not a pragmatist about well, actually, I might qualify that denial of being a pragmatist about truth by saying that there are, you could use the term truth in a pragmatist way, and I would be fine with that. But I think I normally use it and not in that way. And I'm not a pragmatist about
that's obvious.
Knowledge. Yeah. Although, again, I'm fine with someone saying, well, what I have in mind by knowledge is something like defined in pragmatic terms. Okay, you can use it in that way, use the term in that way, and then we can talk about what quote unquote, in that sense of pragmatism, in that sense of no. But I don't normally think in those terms. So in what sense would I be a pragmatist then? Well, I guess just in that first sense that the way I kind of approach a lot of things is this very pragmatic way. I'm trying to, I have various aims, desires and so on. And some of those concern my attitudes and beliefs, and some of those concern my actions. And, that's going to inform how I do things.
To me, yeah, and you feel free to disagree with this, but
yeah.
I don't actually think you're going to agree with all this, but like
that's
from
fine.
my point of view, yeah. From my point of view, to me, the thing that I would call pragmatism or instrumentalism or whatever is using those categories as fundamental for things like rationality. Like when we talk about rationality, it seems like on your view, the primary categories for approaching that subject are aims and the conditions or instrumental concerns and other such things to do with those aims. And this leaves open the question of desires that are behind them. And that to me is the pragmatism that, like, rationality is just whatever it is that is producing this set of goals or making. You wanted to jump in there. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, look, I'm fine with thinking about rationality. I think we can, and sometimes, and do, in fact, use that term to capture slightly different things. So one sense of rationality might be that well, to count as being rational, you have to. There's a certain set of um, principles of thought that you have to follow. In so much as you violate those, you're being irrational. And what those are, and that might be a matter of further discussion. That might be one sense of rationality. Um, Another sense of rationality, which I'm more concerned with, to put another way, it's a sense of rationality. The violation, which I care more about, violation of which I care more about, is something like, um, you know, your. Well, I would think about it in a broadly like decision theoretic sort of way. So I have when I'm thinking about either my attitudes or my actions, I'm thinking about what which attitudes or actions are do or are most likely to, given my various attitudes, um, best satisfy my aims. Right. So, um, you know, I'm deciding whether to play a lottery, or to buy a certain ticket. Now I can think, well, how much do I care about the various possible outcomes? How likely do I think the various possible outcomes are, conditional on the various possible actions that I might perform? And I can just kind of calculate my expected value, where value is this kind of aim relative notion of taking each course of action. And I do the rational thing when I perform the action which, on the whole, has the highest expected value of that sort. Um, and I act irrationally or believe irrationally when I act in some other way. Now, that's a sense of sort of rationality that's just kind of defined in terms of, well, practical action and practical reason, I guess. But that you don't have to, but that might go against, what might be rational in that sense might be irrational in the other. Maybe it's like what's rational for me to do in this sense is to, start believing certain contradictions. But that might be irrational in the first sense that I talked about. And that's, the fact that we're using the
Yeah.
terms differently. Yeah.
No, I love the way you put that. Right. So yeah. So for me, the pragmatism is coming in where it's kind of twofold, right? So, and I'm not certain. I'd have to think about it more, but I'm not certain
Hmm.
whether you need both of these or you only need one. But two things are going on here. One is that there's some kind of independence between the one sphere of rationality, maybe you want to call it categorical or intrinsic or rule, deontological, whatever you want to call it. There's this
Yeah.
one rationality over here, and this other rationality over there, and they have some important independence. And then the
Yeah.
second commitment, which I'm not sure is necessary, but to me at least exacerbates the issue if it's not essential, uh, is that we're more committed to one than the other, and that's to me
Hmm.
where those problems arise. And I don't want to. I'm getting tired to the point where I can hardly think anymore. But like I'll
That's
just
right.
tell a little bit tell a little bit about my background of like why this for me is like so convincing about Christianity, and it's because like, man, I see how the goals I've had in my life, most of them have left me very dissatisfied. I've made a lot of poor decisions. I make decisions all the time that are not only like, on a practical level, like shit, I put orange juice in my car expecting it to start. But there are other things like, wow, I treated that woman like shit, or holy crud, like I just lied to all these people, and there are other things I've done where it's like I thought I was doing what's right, and I still wonder, and I still suppose that what I did was right, but it had these catastrophic consequences, and I sit there haunted at night thinking like, man, what I do? So I just see
Hmm.
like the frank ineptitude, and I won't project that on you, but I don't see other human beings being a whole lot different. It seems like everybody
Yeah.
vaguely carries these desires to live a meaningful life and to be happy. They want to follow this more categorical, if you will, idea of rationality, but they fail to do so all the time. And sometimes they believe that they just got to let it go. Man, it's this kind of stuff where it's like I read this gospel about how this God comes down and shows me how to live. Has this plan to save me and renew my mind, and so has this way of saving me from this crazy dissatisfaction with my entire life. And I feel completely empty. There are points where I mean, from your point of view, it must be like, well, Jimmy's just
Mm.
gotta believe something irrational because otherwise he would at some point hang himself or something. Right? Like from your
No,
point of
that's not
view,
what I would
he
say
just
though.
maybe
Look,
not right. But
I
but
see
hear me out.
something
Right?
appealing about the story, right? That like, look, suppose, like, look, I have a variety of desires and preferences, and would have a variety of reactions to certain situations. Some of which I might not, know in advance, what those would be. And if someone could come down and, show me or help me to achieve the things that I really, on a most basic level, do desire or would be most happy with, that would be great. Like I see the appeal of that. Maybe that's sort of what you were getting at about
Yeah,
the
yeah. I
appeal
mean,
of the story.
absolutely. Like it's the outcry of my soul, and I
Hmm.
don't see a big difference. I mean, obviously, right? Like I believe uh, without Christ, I'm in sin. So I mean,
Yeah.
there's a sin problem with the desires of man, but these basic categories of wanting to have meaning and wanting to find some kind of happy satisfaction or state of fulfillment or whatever it is, like
Hmm.
these are just general desires we all have. And so it just seems to me like, hey, the very sense you have of this independence between these two things, which I I, I think I share the sense, but I don't think I wouldn't describe it the way you're describing. Like I share the sense that like I
Yeah.
can't bring these two things together by myself. That's the problem I have, right? It seems for you
Yeah.
you're content with them being separable, and for me it's like no way. Like I
Yeah.
lose all track of who I am if I feel like a crazy person weeping at night in my bed, like wondering who the hell am I? You know? So
Well, I see some of that. So, like, they, on my view, they are separable in certain ways, but they're connected in other ways. So, how do I put this right? Yes, it could be that, um, given the kind of commitments and desires that I have, um, what's most like helps to satisfy those violates some other, you know, principle of rationality. Maybe you want to think of it as some categorical rational principle, or I mean, just some other principle or norm that we might be capturing by rationality in this other sense, leaving aside whether that's something categorical. What would that even mean exactly? Um, it's just a different sense of rationality. Um, they could come apart, but for it's not an accident, however, that there's some uh, that. Sorry, I'm distracted by something. Okay, perfect. Um, there's not an accident that there's some overlap here, because on my estimation, or like on my view of these things, the fact that um, well, we have a variety of goals in common, and we've we or other people and that have come before have tried to figure out ways or principles that are the if we follow them, it tends to help to satisfy these basic aims. Say truth aims, following these set of rational principles tends to help with that. And insofar as I'm going to share those aims, using those principles is going to be, generally speaking, effective, helpful at achieving the aims that I have. Because the aims that I have overlap with what those principles, those like of rationality and so on, are instrumental to, if that makes sense. So it's and I would say that that's not just a coincidence. We've come to sort of think about this sort of this rationality in this other sense, as a sort of cluster of principles of reasoning and action, because generally they're useful at helping us achieve the aims that people tend to have. But I want to allow, nevertheless, that our aims could come apart from those, and violating those principles can be more effective at.
Did he stop for anybody else?
Yeah, he just cut off suddenly.
No. Bro, you cut out, bro. Come back. That was a very important spot. Are you there?
Hello.
There we go. There, you're back. You're back.
What's going on? I have a nice Yeti microphone, and but it looks like when this happens, if I just switch the input and then switch back, it seems to work. How much did I cut out for? Did you when you commented? Was that right when I cut out?
Yes, vaguely, like
Okay.
maybe like 2 seconds before.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure this is where I left off, which is that, there's going to be, because of the way this other sense of rationality was developed, the way we come to think about rationality in this other sense, there's going to be a decent amount of overlap between those principles and principles which, the following of which would help us achieve the aims that we in fact have. But they can still come apart. It could be that some aims that I have are best satisfied by violating some, principle of that sort. So yeah, I want to allow that they can come apart. Now you might ask, well, but what would really be best, or what are the things that I could do that, like, I would really be the happiest, or that I would have like no regret at the end of the day if I did those things. I can only, my estimation there is going to be limited. The best I can do is reflect on the aims that I have, reflect on what I take to be the case, my various credences about what the world is like, and try to figure out, based on those things, which course of action would most likely achieve my aims. And I'm going to get, because I don't have perfect information, obviously, I'm going to get things wrong some of the time. But that's like the best I can do. It would be nice if we had some way for someone to tell us, like, somehow, like, reliably, however we might believe that this is reliable, that this is actually what would best satisfy your aims. Like the person, there's a classic example, which is, suppose you're thirsty and you think there's water in the fridge, and so, like, oh, I'm gonna drink this water to quench my thirst because it's gonna, that would help satisfy my aim there. But it turns out what is in the fridge is not water, but some clear poison, that looks like water. Now, and I can't distinguish it from water before tasting it, and it turns out that I drink it, and I get poisoned, maybe die. Now, in the sense of rationality that I'm concerned with, I acted rationally, right? I did the action which had, like, as far as I could tell, had the best chance of satisfying my aims. As it turns out, there was some fact about the scenario which made it such that that action didn't, in fact, satisfy my aims. But that doesn't make it irrational in this sense, and no less than, not choosing the winning lottery numbers when it's like it's possible, it would have been possible for me to choose them, is not a sign that I was irrational when I chose some number, at least not for that reason. So, I mean, sometimes in these discussions, I'll say, well, we can separate these two senses of rationality. Those actions which, in fact, best satisfy your aims, and those actions which can be reasonably expected to best satisfy your aims. And that expectation is based on your various grievances and preferences. In the sort of, well, I'm a big fan of certain stuff in decision theory, and I'm an evidentialist. So that's how broadly I would think about this sort of calculus there. But I don't know. I guess I'm just rambling at this point. But the point is that, yeah, I'm. It would be nice if I had some better way to determine, or a more reliable way to determine which courses of action or belief would best satisfy my aims. If I had someone to tell me, for example, that that liquid was in fact poison, that would be awesome, right? Because I could help to avoid. I could
Yeah, man.
get more information to avoid acting in ways which turn out to not satisfy me. If I had someone telling me the winning lottery numbers, maybe I'd want that.
Somebody's got your best interest
But
at heart, right?
well,
But I guess
the best interest might, you might think this is like some sort of necessarily selfish thing, but some of my interests are going to be other oriented. Like, I have interests regarding the welfare of others. So
Oh
if
no.
that was the concern that you brought there.
Oh no. I'm not accusing you of
Yeah. Oh, okay.
egoism or anything like that. No. But I think,
Yeah.
like, it's natural to. Yeah.
But just in terms of, but it is kind of like, look, what I'm trying to decide is how to, believe or update my beliefs and attitudes, or how to act, right? And those I take to be just very practical concerns, and that I'm going to think about in this roughly this sort of way. What are my aims here, and how do I think those are best going to be satisfied? That's what I'm going to do, or that's what I'm going to try to do anyway. I don't always do it, and I don't always reflect on it very well to determine the best way to do it. Because we're not sitting around kind of tabulating our various credences and preferences and calculating the expected outcomes of each of them, and so on and so on. Even if in principle we could try to do that. Yeah, for more significant decisions, we tend to do that more. But
Yeah. Hey, man. I just I'll leave my last comment here to you, man. As a fellow human being, I just submit to you, dude, that I think if you really stop to think about it, like, you'll see that is really what we're talking about when we talk about Jesus. Like, we were talking about that, how it would be nice for someone to come down and tell you this stuff. Man, it's not just told through Jesus, but this is a
revealed
God.
in some way.
Yeah, well, he's disclosed himself, but he's come down and he died on a cross so that the sins of the world can be taken. He's offering you a better life, man. Like, that's on the table for you, and I hope you'd consider that, man. And I'm just, the reason I brought up my life is just like, yeah, I have dealt with that question of, like, whether this practical rationality is a runaway from this other rationality, and to me, like, the only solution is this God who can come down, and he doesn't just give some kind of cold Platonic teaching, and neither does he just, like, throw on some kind of righteousness on me and then leave me to my own. But it's like and I think we've talked about this a little bit a couple months ago when we talked about, and you said my view of morality is a little weird, but, like, it really is like the meeting of these two things. It's the meeting of this external objective law that Christ accomplishes for me and settles my debt. But it's also this internal, like, hey, everything that I've ever wanted, all these motivations that drive me and have on my own made me a very miserable creature, suddenly come to light. And the way that I look, I think of like Jonathan Edwards talking about how he would see this body of water on the way to work or on the way to school or whatever, wherever he was walking. And his eyes were just alighted with this different perspective of who he was in God's forgiveness, in contrast to this miserable way he was. And that is really the meaning of those two things, right? On the one hand, it's rational the way he's looking at that body of water, and on the other hand, like all of his desires are by this way of being satisfied by God's forgiveness. So yeah, I mean, I just submit to you. I think Jesus really is that answer that there really is that person who comes down and accomplishes that. I hope you do think about that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I can tell you're sincere about this. I yeah, I mean, I know you know that I have my doubts about that. But I'm fine considering these things.
No, bro, I expect you to convert on a dime. No, yeah, no, of course, dude. Like
Yeah,
it's a process, whichever way you come
sure.
out. But yeah, I express it in goodwill. I don't expect you to.
But like, look, it would be like for me, if if I thought that this sort of Jesus exists as you or Christians think that he does, and he does these things, then well, yeah, I mean, if I came to think that, then that would be quite useful in these practical ways that I'm concerned with. But also, I would just want to know it. This is one of those things that I'm interested. These questions I'm interested in the answer to, or at least interested in trying to figure them out as best as I can.
Well, it's kind
So
of weird too,
yeah,
right? Like, I mean, imagine that Christianity is true, right? That makes reality kind of weird. Like, I can
yeah.
buy.
Well, reality is going to be weird regardless. But I guess by my estimation, this is. I mean, it is pretty weird. Like I find the Trinity pretty weird. I find a lot of the other doctrines pretty weird. But I don't know. Weird might be playing this kind of loaded term here. It's the very least things I currently find pretty implausible, if not like um, unclear or unintelligible. Like some models of the Trinity, I'm not sure whether you affirm to one of these, and some models of the incarnation, I can't really make sense of, like this two nature stuff, this um, other ways of thinking about certain ways of thinking about the Trinity. I think are either contradictory or don't make sense. I don't think. I think absolute divine simplicity is just nonsense. If that's something you're committing to, or at least the sort of thing that Christian
See,
belief leads to, I'm going to have problems with that. Maybe I could change my mind about that, or maybe that's not really a requirement. I could come to believe Christianity absolute those things. But
you can
uh,
count me. You can count me crazy for my Christology, but I'll meet you halfway and say, yeah, I don't really,
yeah.
I don't dig absolute divine simplicity either. So
Oh, okay. Yeah. But I mean, some more basic forms of simplicity, even kind of, well, not like nonsense in the way that I think like absolute divine simplicity is, are gonna have other problems. I mean, I I have what I think are um, various motivations for thinking that gods don't exist generally. There's considerations. I have my version of the low prior argument, stuff to do with the philosophy of mind, which I think are going to count against theism. But look, I don't. I mean, this is not really important that much, right, for this discussion about like rationality and stuff. Um, I'm agreeing, I guess, that if this is right, that would be great, because it would help uh, potentially me live a better life, and well, if there's these concerns about salvation, then that would be a good thing to know in that regard. Because of course, I would much rather have heaven than hell. I mean, some people say, "Oh, if God exists, don't care. I don't want to be in heaven with Him." No, I don't think you're thinking this through. Heaven is much better than hell, so the story goes. So I'm not gonna I'm not gonna want that. So yeah, like knowing about these things to for that end, and for just knowing the truth, um, and having someone help me to achieve my most basic ends. That would be great. I'm just, as it stands, I reject it. But like if it helps, I'll say that I'm open to it. I mean, to some degree, you might say that I'm not.
No, no. Well, I just pray for you, man. I mean, there's not much more I can say, but I think I think that's it's good news, right? Like you just said, hey, if there's this heaven, if there's this hell, and I'm saying, yeah, there is. I've definitely been saved from that. I think there's kind of a convergence. Like before, uh, both of us are concerned. I think to say our self um, concern is not something that takes priority over others. And to me, there's like a nice convergence there of like, yeah, man, I don't want to go to God's judgment seat. I'd much rather be forgiven and enjoy a life of satisfaction in the presence of other people who enjoy Him. But there's that other people part, right? Like being being saved by Jesus is wanting to share this good news with other people so that other people can benefit and the human race as a whole can uh be greatly benefited. So but yeah, man, I don't have I think I'm so tired at this point that I don't really have much to offer beyond that. That would be my final hope for you. But I also, yeah, I don't really expect you to turn on a dime either. So maybe it's up to God. We'll see. Where's your freaking protege, dude? Are you still there?
Who are you talking to?
His CPU burnt out.
Wait, can you hear me now? Sorry, I lost super mic again. I just want to add something quickly. Wait, I'm not sure which protege you're talking about, but one thing I was going to say quickly was that some atheists or skeptics or non-Christians can get um, annoyed when people like proselytize or that sort of thing, and I sometimes I do get annoyed, but still, like, I understand why people do it, because I mean it makes rational sense, in the sense of rationality that the second sense. Because look, you think this is correct, this view um, about uh, about salvation, and you care about the salvation of others, you know, and you care about it enough to try to help them recognize this fact. That makes sense. Like it's like if you thought someone that was going down in a burning plane, it would make sense for you to try to save them if they, or tell them about it if they didn't recognize it. And that I can see, like, I can get in the headspace of thinking that's what's going on. Of course, the person who's in that plane might persist in their skepticism or denial. And from your perspective, that that's like me, but I see the motivation there, and to the extent to which it reflects the care for the welfare of others, I can respect that. But I don't affirm it, and to some degree, I still can be annoying. But I don't know. Maybe what I said that makes sense to you.
Yeah, I got you. Man. I was making a joke about Chris. I don't know. Usually Chris follows you around.
Tofi, good old Tiny
Yeah,
Tofi. Yeah, he was around earlier. Uh, yeah, he's a funny guy.
How's he doing? What's he up to? Is he in
He's
Texas?
sorry.
He's in Texas now, right?
He's in Texas. Yeah, I guess not so far from where you are. I don't know if you guys ever want to meet up, but uh, yeah. I mean, he's working for a sort of delivery company that his cousin owns or works at or something, and
Oh, cool.
uh, I mean, he's trying to do a lot of coding stuff. I keep he's very indecisive, and his um, plans seem to change one day. His life plans seem to change one day to the next. One day he's like, yeah, I'm going to be a finished carpenter. Or I'm going to get something in the trades. And next day it's like, yeah, no, I'm going to work in like cybersecurity. I'm going to work on this. It's like, and then it's but
A little bit different.
really he spends a lot of his time coding. He does a lot of programming stuff, and I really think that's where he should be going. But he's he's so indecisive, and but anyway, but I don't know. I wonder how he's sort of perceived in your corner of the Discord and the online community here.
When Jimmy said Chris, I thought he meant QRIS Chris.
Um, um, nah, Tofi, of course. Uh, yeah, I don't know. Is he viewed as like a lost cause by you guys, or, or what do you guys think about him?
Yeah, that's more. So to be fair, that's probably more or less true. So I just think I don't I don't I don't think badly on Chris or anything. I just don't think. I'll be frank. So I think, and I'm not trying to put him down or anything, but I'll just be honest. My take on Chris is that he suffers from like a problem of understanding like who he is and really knowing what he believes and
Mm.
understanding his own convictions, and that's why you see things like can't decide what he's going to do in his life and all this stuff. And hey, I've suffered stuff like that too, so I'm not trying to like beat the
Yeah.
guy up. But I do think it makes conversations really hard when you're talking to a person and you're never sure if they really sincerely believe the things they're saying. Like there's got to be some line of this person is faithfully representing some concrete stuff that's going on in their noggin. And I don't even think it's necessarily malicious with Chris, but I just, from past experiences, it's like, man, I don't ever really feel like I'm in touch with what he really believes. And I think that makes conversation about, at least on these like philosophical things, kind of
Oh,
pointless.
he waffles on these philosophical things all the time too. Like even on theism, he's like some days he's like, well, maybe maybe, and some days he's like, no, definitely God doesn't exist. It's like, generally he leans towards that second camp, but he waffles. um, but same with other things like philosophical things too. I'm not sure that it's him being that I'm concerned about like his honesty. Much less than just I just think he just it's just indecisive on a lot of his beliefs, I guess. Um, I don't know the right way to put that, but
The nice thing about these issues is that we can like even if Chris were here, I was going to ask him how he's doing, but like the thing about
mm,
it is it's like me, right? So there are people in some Christian servers I know who are just like, oh yeah, that Jimmy kid, he's a wacko, like, and that's cool. It doesn't bother me. I think it's fair to have different interpretations of people. And hey, if you think it's fruitless to talk with me, then that's okay. You know, it might be kind of sad, but like, I'm also, I'm okay with that. I'll respect whatever people want to do. And there have been a couple times. It's usually pretty rare, but like there'll be a couple times where people are like, yeah, I just don't want to talk to you, and it's like, okay. But yeah, I mean, if you think you're getting stuff out of conversations with Chris, then God bless that. That's good.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we're. I don't know how to put it. I guess we're sort of friends on here, but I guess no. Um, but uh, I don't know.
Yes, these apps are kind of weird in that way that like you share, you can share on some really deep topics, things that are core components of like your inner lives and experiences you've had and like stuff that motivates you on a daily basis. But then it's like it's still very different to like meet in person and be friends with someone. And it's kind of funny how like to think about the overlap of like, man, like I think of like church for myself, right, as a Christian, right? Like there are people I know from church and like I know this and that. It's something that's really deep about the person, something that really defines their lifestyle and everything else. But then there are other things where I just have no idea what they think about this, that, or the other. But I do know what like this random person on Discord or Clubhouse thinks about that, and that's a pretty core thing. But I have no idea like what their daily life looks like or anything like that. It's just funny.
Yeah.
Are you so? Uh, you're. I think if I'm not mistaken, you're in Canada, but you must be like maybe on a different time zone than I am because it's like 5, and I've been talking since I don't know, midnight or something.
Yeah, no, it's
Well,
it's not it's not a good hour. I need to fix my sleep, but yeah, I don't know. Sometimes this happens.
gotcha. Yeah, my excuse is me and my wife went to Las Vegas and we just got back,
Oh,
and
how was that?
that was terrible. I freaking hated Vegas. Oh
Oh,
man.
you go. There's like, oh, the devil is at work here. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, a little bit, a little bit. They had this sick ass pub that it's the first pub I've been to where they not only had like a great selection of microbrews, uh, but then they also had nitro brew coffee on tap, and that was just and it was my birthday, so my wife found that place. It
Oh
was
well,
pretty
happy
cool.
belated birthday, I guess.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, yeah. So that part was cool. I'll take that. But yeah, sleep is messed up due to that travels. We drove there and back, so and that's like a 16-hour stint. So we would take turns sleeping in the car, and it was a little rough. So now awake at 5 a.m. after being awake for the last few hours. All right, somebody else take over because I've literally been talking.
Yeah, I'll let you go. You've
Oh yeah.
been,
Well, I'll listen, but I'm gonna start shutting up because I've been talking for like 6 hours straight.
no, it's good talk. I'm sure you enjoyed your discussion with Ethan too.
Not many do.
uh, Ethan's fine. He can be a bit aggressive at times, but you know, it's his style.
Yeah, we call that being an asshole.
Yeah, that's the less charitable way to put it, I guess.
There's a spectrum. There's a spectrum, right? Like I mean, you and Ethan have very different. Like so, the way I was thinking about it, when I think you made some kind of side comment earlier. The way I was thinking about it is like, yeah, everybody has like they fit somewhere on the spectrum of like polemical or rhetorical aggressiveness, and
Hmm.
Ethan's definitely farther right of you on that spectrum. And I don't know, I may be like closer to him. I do tend to be kind of boisterous,
No, no,
especially in comparison to you.
you guys don't get him. I met him one time tonight, and you just lack the concept. I understand, but it's fine.
I mean, what else does conceptually impoverished mean other than your ideas are shit?
You're ignorant.
Yeah, calling him an idiot.
You know who I think of as on the like complete other end of the spectrum is Joe Schmid. He's like the
Yeah,
most like charitable, um, even more than me, I think.
yeah, yeah. I'll take it. It just doesn't offend me, when
Josh
people are.
Rasmussen to a bit too. He's kind of like that. But sorry, yeah.
I don't. No, I was just. Yeah, no, I totally agree. I just don't mind. I don't. It doesn't bother me when people punch me like that. I was like, yeah, okay. I appreciate the fact that they stand up for what they believe in. It doesn't. And it doesn't bother me when people are charitable either. Like I see the strength in both. There's a as long as they're not going to be. I don't know. There's like a certain. I don't know what to call it. As long as you're willing to like hear me out, I guess, and you're not going to just misrepresent me on a level that suggests you can't have any sincere motivations. Like I'll take it. I don't care.
Yeah. I was thinking of uh, just clearly strawmanning you in response to that as a joke, but too lazy.
Oh, Chase is like, ooh, ooh.